I did it.
One, two.
Good morning and welcome to today's special magistrate hearing for October 10th, 2023. Our first case is on page 2, Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 23090205, case address 1950 Southwest 23rd Court, owner The Palms at River Oaks LLC, posted at property 92623, posted at 1 East Broward 92623. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Could you give us your name too?
Sure, my name is Robert Sherman, one of the partners of the Palms at River Oaks. I reside at 1660 Southwest Third Court, Boca Raton, Florida.
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome.
Inspector Murray presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 23090205 for the case address of 1950 Southwest 23rd Court. An inspection of this vacant lot an inspection of this vacant lot that is an RD 15 residential single family and duplex zone property occurred on September the 12th, 2023, and found that it once again was overgrown with vegetation, as well as there was rubbish on the property. This is a recurring violation at this property, having been previously cited on case number CE 22070157, and therefore this case has been brought before the special magistrate, whether or not the property has been brought into compliance prior to the hearing. The property was cited previously as well as currently under violation 18-12A for overgrowth of vegetation on the property and rubbish on the property as well. BCPA records reveal no change in ownership since November the 30th, 2017, and this property is a vacant lot that is not homesteaded. A pre-hearing inspection on October the 8th, 2023 confirmed the property is not in compliance. Due to the recurring nature of this violation, the city will request a finding of fact that the violation did exist and that the city is also recommending that the property be brought into compliance by the property owner, and until such time, a $250 per day fine be imposed, if so ordered by the special magistrate.
Starting when, sir?
2 days, sir.
Anything further at this point? No?
No, sir.
Okay, yes, sir.
Your Honor, and Mary, thank you for taking the call this morning. So this particular property has a joint ownership with an abutting piece of property. That property also was cited about 2 months ago under a different case number. We have completely gone out and cut back, as we've done many times, the front of the property, which fronts the street. That property address is 2323, I believe,
It's 2323 Southwest 19th Avenue.
Southeast 19th Avenue. There's a unity of title on this piece of property, sir. So realistically speaking, there really should only be one case, not two separate cases that are going on. We did post yesterday pictures up to your website showing that the property was completely cut. I do have them available for you. It was cut all the way back from the street, well over 100 feet.
Meaning the interior.
Everything from the street back over 100 feet.
Okay, what's beyond 100 feet?
Well, there's still more property behind it. That's what the other case was regarding. That runs all the way back to the preserve, which is land owned by the city. The street, which is currently a gravel street, which abuts a condominium association and a wall, is not an active street. So this is something we've been working with for many years. We're trying to get our approvals done. We have gone numerous times and cleaned the site. Obviously, it's an acre of land. It's not something that you can clean every week, every month. We have maintained the front of the property, which is abutting the main street and the neighbors. And if you can see the pictures, I'm not sure if you can pull them up on your website, but I can show them to the inspector. I called him this morning to tell him that. And obviously this piece that we cut, correct me if I'm wrong, is not the case that we're in front of today. But understanding that this is one piece of property with two separate folios that are jointly owned, we did proceed and make a great effort, 100 feet, and I can show you the pictures if you'd like to see them.
Yeah, that's down.
Can I pass these down to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's three there. It was done yesterday by our landscape architect. Unfortunately, we tried to get there earlier, but because of the rain that we had, we were really not able to get on the site and really and do the appropriate cleaning. So I would like to request some additional time if there is something on this parcel, since we did completely cut back close to 100 feet on the street frontage. So my understanding was the majority of safety and nuisance would be the street frontage. That's why I cut it back 100 feet, as you can see, perfectly clean. And if we need to, we can do a little more work in the back. But as you can see, we're trying our best to maintain this. We've been trying for 3 years to get the city to issue some permits for us. We've been in with planning and zoning now multiple times. We have lots of other properties. We understand that to maintain is important, and we always try our best. So you could be kind enough not to start any fines, see if we can work on this. As I said, there is a unity of title. So both of these properties are one parcel, not two.
For one owner?
One owner.
When was that recorded, sir?
Excuse me?
When was that recorded?
It's recorded probably at the very, very beginning when we bought the property in 2017. So,
So there's one owner, the one owner gets notice of the violation, right?
yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm concerned about is this is a recurring violation. And that's never a good thing.
And I agree with you, sir. As you can see, we've constantly maintained it. It's an acre of land.
Well,
We-
you obviously haven't maintained it.
Well, no,
because it
this
was
is,
out of control there.
yeah, this is the back, and it does grow relatively quickly, sir. So we have done this last year. We don't do it every month, but I will respectfully request that I can provide you updates on a quarterly basis and ensure this is maintained. And report to you on a quarterly basis showing it's maintained. So that this won't occur any longer. We're really hoping to have our building permits issued for our site. We're in with Tyler, with everybody at the development department. They know me quite well. They know we're very, very active.
Have you thought about fencing it?
So actually, it was fenced. And we were told that we needed to remove the fence because the street, which isn't a street, the city needed access because they're doing work for their public communication, their public sewage and storm system in the back. So we just took the fence down. So we're in like a catch-22. We deal with the development department often. I can show you communications with Tyler, Bert Ford, the head of public works. So we're working on it. There are some challenges. Because of
I'm concerned that this overgrowth.
Yeah.
Is out of control.
Yeah, I will have that done with you within 30 days and can report back. If you would allow me that time and you
I
can
would
see.
ordinarily do that, but for the fact that this is recurring, and that's not something I countenance. So I'm not gonna give you that break. This is something that should have been done. Now it's back, it wasn't taken care of. And you don't get relief when you bit the apple twice. It's not like baseball where you get 3 strikes at it. Okay, you're out on second strike. So I am gonna impose a fine starting today. If you keep this maintained, and I don't know how often that would be to keep it maintained, whether that's monthly, quarterly, but it did not get to this level. There's people live around here, right, Inspector?
Yes, sir. And sir, for clarity purposes, the pictures that were taken by me technically catch the property in question, but you have to look through 2323 Southwest 19th Avenue just to see that, because as he was stating, 23rd Court is a non-existent road that is a gravel road. So to actually get to the actual property that we're presenting today, which is 1950 Southwest 23rd Court, you actually have to trespass onto the property just to get pictures, and it is completely overgrown. So he may have cut a portion of 2323, but he has not gotten to the actual property in question, even though I know he said that there's a joint unity of title and everything. There's still separate folios for the property, so they still have 2 separate cases, one of which we have presented at the last hearing, and this one we're presenting now. So he would need to actually maintain the entirety of the property for us to even look at bringing the property into compliance. It can't be partially done. And it's unfortunate, but I can't trespass to see completely what he has done, but you can see from the street that he has not achieved that.
What happened to the last hearing? Was that the other magistrate?
No, sir. This was at the actual last hearing that we had last month, and I presented this case for the property 2323 Southwest 19th Avenue. That was specifically presented on case number CE 23070150, and I believe it is accruing fines as we speak.
Okay.
And that has been completely now cleaned. So
That
I would like
remains
to
to
meet
be
with you.
inspected.
Well,
Yeah.
once he inspects it, he can verify that.
Yeah.
And say, wait, it's complied, stop the fines on that.
Yeah,
So
so
I'm not gonna get relief on fines for this. Even though you did part of it and it looks good, it's not done, right?
right, so I will, if you couldn't, I understand where you're heading. I can have that completed by next week. And
You're
come
gonna
back and
have
report.
$250 a day until you get it completed.
Could you possibly reduce the amount of? the
I will
fine?
not,
Okay,
I will not. If it wasn't recurring, I'd be more willing to work with you.
okay.
When it's recurring, this gentleman doing his work, this is like all kinds of critters to be in there. It's dangerous for people with children,
Okay,
things that are rabid. It's just out of control. So you're gonna have to stay on top of it, because if it comes back, it'd be what's called a repeat violation. And that's a serious fine. Immediately they discover it's a repeat violation, they notice you, we'll get a hearing, but the fines start running could be up to $500 a day or more, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
So
Okay,
that's gonna happen if it recurs. Just wanna let you know, you wanna get on top of it.
I thank you very much. And Officer, I will reach out to you on Monday when it's cut and hopefully we can get it inspected and closed.
No problem.
250.
250
Fifty,
starting today?
fifty starting today?
Yeah. you bought it.
Thank you, Ronnie.
All right. thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for seeing me.
They just show up. They didn't tell us. They just- Our next case is page 10. Feedback. Inspector Karen Proto, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting. Case number CE 23010646, case address 2572 Northwest 20th Street, owner ST Goodrum Estates, posted at property 9/19/23, posted at city at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Are we gonna be able to get rid of the feedback?
We're good.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes,
Can you tell us your name and relationship to the family?
Carolyn Goodrum Jones, my father,
I'm sorry?
my father.
Okay. All right. We're gonna present the case and we'll just speak.
Seconds. Hey, we're good.
Ma'am, yeah, ma'am, are you the personal representative of your father's estate?
So we're going through that now.
Well, it's complete.
So the difficulty, Your Honor, is that the property was owned by an estate. So absent an order of a personal rep,
Certainly it may be difficult. Technically, she doesn't really have the authority to speak, but certainly since she's here, I guess we can hear from her.
Okay, good brothers and sisters that are also involved with this?
no,
Are you the only heir?
no, I'm not the only heir, but I'm the only one involved.
What you're saying is that you have to go to court proceeding, for probate.
Good job. Yeah, I'm trying to go to probate and all that, get all that done,
And the person.
There's been a lot of conflicts, if you don't want to do
Well,
this,
the
all
person,
that
like you
kind of.
said, the person who speaks.
It's me.
Yeah, but in this case, you would have to go to court and the judge says, okay, so-and-so is called personal representative. He used to call them executors.
Okay,
Now they call them personal representative. You don't have one yet.
right.
So we're gonna deal with you,
Mhm,
but we can hope that you'll fix whatever needs to be fixed.
right.
All right, but
Mhm.
technically, you're not legally the person who do it, but we're gonna work with you. Okay?
Okay,
We'll outline the case.
And just so you're aware also, ma'am, if anything requires a permit, you're not going to be able to obtain a permit until you have that legal document from the probate court,
right.
just to let you know.
You have a lawyer helping you on this?
Huh?
Who's helping you with the probate?
Well, the person that I just hired, he just started,
Oh, okay.
so.
Okay. But it's a lawyer.
But
right?
yeah.
Okay, great.
I'm feeling like, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, Mr. Dollar.
Okay. Julio Davila, my supervisor, presenting on behalf of Inspector Karen Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale for the aforementioned case and address as read. This property was first inspected on January 24th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B complied. 9-280 subsection H1, the chain link fence of this property is in disrepair. It is not being maintained as required. The fence is broken and disconnected from the fence pole. 9-304 subsection B, the gravel driveway is not well graded and there is dirt and missing gravel in the driveway. Broward County zoning section 39-275 subsection 6B. there is a non-permitted land use in this RD10 zone district of unroofed outdoor storage. There are items being stored outside of the property such as but not limited to a table, chairs, tires, basket, gas containers, and other miscellaneous items. And 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and faded paint, including the fascia. An inspection report was posted on January 24th, 2023. A reinspection of the property, reinspection of property was conducted on March 22nd, 2023. A notice of hearing was posted on September 19, 2023. As of the pre-hearing inspection on October 8th, 2023, the violations remain as depicted in the photos, and the city is requesting 35 days or a $25 fine per day for each day thereafter.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Was those update pictures or?
Some of them, there's a mix
Because all
of
that's
newer
gone.
ones, there's a mix of newer ones and older ones as
Yes,
well.
all that is gone, is Karen here?
She is not, but as of her last inspection on the 8th, all the violations remain, so the storage, except for the landscaping.
The only thing that I was required to do was the landscaping, and they didn't have the grass to put in the driveway. All that is out the area. And she said the board, the top of the roof board was done. All that is out, cleared out the way. So it don't look like that now. I was trying to upload pictures to bring or whatever, but the kids was gone, so I couldn't do it.
Okay.
And then the paint, and
Are
she
the
said,
items outside, are they all removed,
yes, everything is removed.
including in the garage?
This
right?
is 10-8.
2 days ago, right?
Yeah.
She put that up there 10-8.
We just had some 10-8 pictures.
I didn't see that on 10-8 because when I got the paper, it was on, that's what I'm saying. People
Yeah, it's
mess
American.
with stuff over there, but it wasn't, the paper was on that side of the door.
Thank you.
And now it's over there. I don't know when that got there.
Okay.
I never seen that.
She's gonna bring up the 10-8 photos.
Okay.
Is that white? Can we go back? What is that white thing?
I don't know what that is over there.
Okay.
Someone dropped that off there. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
Chair or couch?
we still have something out there.
That's the only thing that's there, that white thing. It's
Probably.
full of water right there in the corner.
Okay, I mean, you're allowed to
From
have the
around.
chairs out there, so that's fine.
So that's the driveway,
Okay. All right.
so.
So they need the landscaping fixed out,
Yep.
the walls painted, the roof.
She said the walls was good. Last time I
Mhm.
spoke with her, she said wasn't nothing wrong with the interior of the paint. Because the paint is not
Yeah, you
damaged.
can see even right there on the bottom, right next to that, right next to that chair, on the
Yeah.
right hand side, the walls,
Needs to be fixed.
yeah, the
Yeah.
walls need to be painted. Yeah,
They need to be pressure washed. That just
or
dirt.
pressure wash.
Yeah, that dirt from when it's flood, the water goes, the dirt goes on the wall. That's all that is. That's not like mold.
What did you say that white thing was, ma'am?
Hmm?
What is that white?
That's something my brother, something he had there for years. It's been there for years. It didn't just get there. It been there ever since my father was
It's
here.
probably gonna be taken out.
Yeah, and he won't, and I gotta move it, I guess.
Okay.
So I gotta move that, but over there on that side of the fence, I tried to get the people to come out to do the fence thing, so I just tied it up, tied the fence back up together from where they knocked it down.
Yeah, that's gonna need to be repaired too.
The whole fence,
I
Well-
don't know about that.
The parts that are broken, yeah. need to
that's
be
what she told me, that's what
repaired.
I repaired, the part that was broken
Okay.
on the outside.
They'll go back and re-inspect it at some
Okay.
point, right?
So I
Yeah.
just wanna know what gotta be done for the property, so it can be, up to date or whatever.
Yeah,
So
so,
Mr. Dogler, who's gonna contact you then?
Miss Proto, Miss
Okay.
Proto will be back, and she'll be able to, to inspect the property. We're giving 35 days, so you
Okay.
have time
Okay,
to, I
so
mean, if you want to get started on some of the, like the pressure
that's
cleaning.
good.
and
That's
the-
good timing for me.
and-
But
okay.
when did she post that other paper?
On the,
Eight?
yes.
I never seen it.
Hmm.
I never seen it. I didn't know she was supposed to come and when she came back out. I never even know.
Well, I mean, I'll ask her to give you a call and coordinate an inspection and go
Right.
over specifically everything that needs to be
Right, right,
corrected.
before I get it, yes.
Okay, so they're giving you till 35 days, which is November 14th,
Mhm.
to get all these things done.
Okay.
If any of them are not done, you're
Uh-huh.
gonna have a fine starting that day of $25 a day.
Okay, that's enough time.
I think that's part of your time to get this stuff
Yeah.
done, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Good luck to you with everything.
Our next case is on page 31, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons. Case number CE 23060817. Case address 1600 Northeast 64th Street, owner 1600 Northeast 64th LLC. This case was cited 6/24/23 to comply by 6/24/23. Two sections complied at $400. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 7/9/23 and no appeal was received.
Okay, I'm sorry, the street number again is what?
1600 Northeast 64th
Got
Street.
it, okay, thank you. We have anybody signed up for that?
Yes. And this property actually has three cases, but we'll hear them back to back, but it's three different inspectors.
Okay.
It's a case number.
Case number is
817.
3060817.
Yeah, and to make one seven.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Tell us your name and relation to the property,
I'm an owner,
your name.
Chaim Lipsker.
All right, the inspector's gonna speak. I think we have several cases. We'll do one at a time. Yes, sir.
Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, presenting on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 230600817, address 1600 Northeast 64th Street. This property was first inspected on June 24th, 2023, following a neighbor complaint about not loud noise, and the following violations were observed. Section 15-278, subsection 1, subsection E. There is a chapter 15, article 10, vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at this property. This violation is irreparable and irreversible in nature. The city is seeking an immediate fine of $200. Subsection 15-275, subsection 5. Responsible party failed to respond to the property in person within 1 hour of being notified by a vacation rental occupant, law enforcement officer, emergency personnel, or the city. This violation is irreparable and irreversible in nature. The city is seeking an immediate fine of $200. This concludes my testimony.
Okay, so for failure to respond, that's because of the parking violation?
Yes, it's a vacation rental. We observed the violation and reached out to the responsible party.
And no one showed up.
No one.
Okay. Yes, sir, you can speak now?
Yes.
Yes, sir. you
There we go.
can. Oh. Posted. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Ooh, a car lot. What the sale signs at?
Yeah, we're good.
We're stipend. Yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the gentleman. Can you respond to this, or what do you want us to say?
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. June 24th, 2023. I happened to be in Israel, and this number didn't come through. We set up a system after that where my number is forwarded to our management team, who's in the Fort Lauderdale area, and this didn't happen again. We were always always there within the hour. And so we also let all of our tenants know that they cannot have more than 4 cars after this event.
Okay, well, in this case, you've got about 10 cars. This violation is clearly established. You did not file for an appeal. Even if you had, I wouldn't have granted it because it's pretty egregious. So I'm gonna find that the parking violation exists, and I find that the failure to respond to the property exists. At the total of $400 will be due. You have other cases, but I'm going to tell you that once you have 3 or more violations, you run the risk of a suspension of your license. Certificate. And if I find more violations.
I thought I'm on this hearing about a suspension, but apparently our property was already suspended without a hearing.
Oh, there isn't, okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Meanwhile, for these 2 cases, these 2 matters, it's $400 and they will need to be paid as fines.
Okay.
Okay, then we'll go to the next case.
The next case is on page 32. Inspector Robert Crock, case number CE 23080444. Case address 1600 Northeast 64th Street, owner 1600 Northeast 64th LLC. It was cited 8/13/23 to comply by 8/13/23. One section complied at $400. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 8/28/23 and no appeal was received.
Inspector Robert Crock, presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 23080444. Address is 1600 Northeast 64th Street. This property was first inspected on 07/28/23. Oh, no. Yes. Yes, there was a chapter 15 vacation rental standards of parking violation that occurred at this property, right? And a 15-2785A, a noise emitting of this vacation rental property, which is outside the permissible limits. It's when I arrived at the subject property at 12:51, informed of the violations, and the responsible party arrived at 01:32 a.m.
This is a different parking violation. than the
Yes.
other one.
Yes, and they did respond to this one, and they kicked they evicted the tenants. They were teenagers, from what I understand, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But there should be video, and you can see.
Oh, yeah, here's the video. And this is 2 months later after the first citation.
Yes. So you're not really hearing it on this, but it's faint. There's kids in the back yelling, jumping around. You can clearly hear it. It's hard to pick up on video for this case, but they are back there jumping around. And the vehicle's there. One of the vehicles, as I was there, pulled up, racing down the street. Again, these were teenagers. And I will say that the responsible parties, I believe it was a brother who showed up, did evict everybody from the property. So they did respond, but this is this property we've been to quite a few times.
Oh, okay,
Um,
okay.
And Inspector, it's your testimony that when you arrived and based upon your physical presence of taking that video, you could hear the noise emanating from the
yes,
back of the
yes,
house.
yes. It wasn't music. It was the kids yelling and running around in the back.
Okay.
Magistrate, who the Alico complaint supervisor witness, we do have the video and it does show the noises, just with the technical difficulties, we're unable to raise the
Okay,
volume
well,
to that amount.
his testimony is enough for me.
Okay.
Did you have any questions for him, sir?
We don't allow any parties in our house. They book with an illegal Airbnb account because it was somebody else's account. Actually, we came there and when the inspector called us and we threw them out. So, his testimony is correct. I mean, there wasn't any music or outside. I know we got violations for sound at that time, but there wasn't any music or anything. But we took care of it right away. We threw them out right away. So
Okay.
they booked it.
In the meantime, the neighborhood had to put up with this, again, with another parking violation.
Right.
Even though your people-
Just so you, it's just not that I'm excusing myself in any which way, and we've fixed this. We fixed this issue. Again, they violated our policy, and we threw them out, and we put cameras. But what you're seeing is this house is at the end of a cul-de-sac. It's at the end of a block. There's no houses. There's no houses on the right hand side of it on the water, and so the natural thing for cars. Obviously, this was a party, and we shut it down. But the violations that we've got on this house for parking, it's not near any neighbor. The neighbor, we actually have easements to the water on the right hand side of this property that you're not seeing. It's only water, and we're a cul-de-sac at the end of this block. So it's not an excuse, but I'm just letting you understand why cars don't necessarily. In our next violation that you're going to post, why they didn't go into the driveway even after we told them to, and again we threw them out. We came there at 1:30 in the morning and we threw them out.
Okay, well, I do find that each violation after the noise and the parking did exist, they're $200 each. This is another $400 in fines that will be due. That concludes that case.
And the third case, page 25, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 23090534, case address 1600 Northeast 64th Street, owner 1600 Northeast 64th LLC, posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Okay, good morning. Len Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 23090534. Okay, name, well, the address and as read, okay. Give you a little background in this, Your Honor. Okay, this case was for 15282 D2B. There is an operation of a short-term rental during the suspension period. Okay, at this location. To give you a little more, again, background, you had a hearing in front of you on case CE 23080533. The hearing was on 9/12/2023. In front of you, you imposed this 365-day immediate suspension. Okay, then what happened? The night team got a call from the neighborhood about a party, vacation rental and cars again. And that was case CE 23090523. That was Inspector Smart, went to that location and cited it for vehicles. Okay, that was on 9/17/23. Okay, then we turned around and we found an advertisement up that led to this case. Because then we had the cars and this led to this case for suspension without a license, which we're going to ask for $1,000 a day from starting on 9/17. And then we also found ads up, okay. And then also we sent out the night team, okay. And the night team went out there this past Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And there was vacation rental was open those days, and there was cars parked. So that's why we're asking for and continue to accrue the fines.
Okay, so the fines would start when?
They would start from the 17th. 9/17 was when Inspector Smart and first inspected it.
Okay. Your response, sir?
We never got notification about this hearing for the 9/12. My manager did not see the paper that was posted there. We did not know about this 365-day in suspension. I actually emailed Tony Woods on or I tried calling the inspector and he didn't pick up his phone. I called the second we got the notification, those ads went down. It's not true. The ads have been down since the day that we got that notice. I reached out to Antonio Woods on and it has not been listed. It's actually been listed for sale. We've had our own guests there, and we've had brokers that have been selling that have been going to this house. We're not going to fight with our neighbor any longer. But we were not present at that hearing because according to my manager, he wasn't notified about it. Again, this is why I'm on this hearing for this first time, because obviously we need to take care of this. The listing has been down since the day I got that notice. I emailed Tony Wood asking about appealing that decision, and he said it cannot be appealed. So I'm not sure why we're talking about the possibility of appeals, because I'm sorry, Anthony Wood, because he was the only person that I was able to reach after calling the vacation rental multiple times, and they told me that decision cannot be I'm trying to find the email. But on the day that we got that notice, the listing came down, the advertisings came down, and the stays ended. And unfortunately, our neighbor is costing us because we weren't notified about that, or at least my manager claims he wasn't notified about that hearing. We just got this house up. It's a newish house, and we've had no violations. I understand that they got us in the parking and they got us for not being there for an hour, but this is not the party house that they're making it out to be. And we got a 365-day after it was fully furnished. And so I'm going to ask you not to give us the fines, because the listing is down. It's listed on the MLS for sale. We've had only showings there, and we're trying to sell this house. And so if you're going to give us that violation, then we're going to have to deal with appeal, and we're not going to be able to sell this property. We're trying to sell and leave because our neighbor is making us miserable no matter what. The inspectors have been there. There's been no music. There's not parties outside. There's people talking outside. Our neighbor has their cars parked all the time all over the street, but I guess they're not vacation rental, and that's in front of our property. We're at the end of the block. We stay and we don't make any trouble. Again, I'm sorry that we didn't hear about this hearing, this 365-day. We weren't by this hearing, but my manager, again, I know you're going to say it was posted. It could be somebody stayed there and took it down, and I know it's not your fault, but we've been at the other hearings. My manager was at the previous hearing where he discussed this, and with the second we got the notification, the listing was down. So the advertisements is not true. It's not advertised now. It's not advertised online anywhere. My team took it down. I'm happy to show you proof that was taken down the day that we got this notice. So was it on from the 12th to the 17th? Yes, because I didn't know about it on the 12th. I reached out to the city, and he told us that there was a 365-day violation. There was no way to appeal that. So if that's not true, I'd like to have the opportunity to appeal that.
Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The individual he's speaking of is Antonio Woods, and he does the administrative portion of vacation rentals. What was explained is the fact that when you appeal, an appeal is to say that the violation did not exist. And so what he was explaining to him is that the violation did exist. So it was nothing to show that the violation didn't exist for an appeal. Also, the previous hearing he's referencing in reference to the 365-day suspension, we would not have heard the case if we did not have proof of service. We have proof of service that the property was posted, and that also certified mail was sent out to the owner as well. letting him know that it was a special magistrate hearing coming up. So for him not knowing about the hearing does not.
Which address was a certified mail sent to?
It was sent to the property address because that's what's listed on BCPA.
Oh, okay, well, that's not what's listed on Sunbiz. I got it. Okay.
We don't go by Sunbiz. The law
I
requires
got
us
it.
to go.
Okay. I can't argue with that. I don't know. I'm just telling you what my manager had told me, and it could be a guess when they came in, they saw it on the thing and they took it down. And that was the end of it. But we have been at the previous hearing. We did take care of this problem since the first time. And we got 365-day suspension for 4 violations. I don't even know what the 4 violations are. You just mentioned 2 violations, one for noise, and one for, we've responded. We had one for parking and one for one for noise and parking when we responded within the hour. So where did
The ones you heard today are new. The ones you're talking about for the suspension occurred when the suspension was ordered. You already had 4 violations at that time. And here you were still, even though you got notice mailed to the property, still
Right.
Having advertisements and conducting operations. So
we did not have any advertisements. We didn't. It's not true. It's been taken off. It was unlisted from Airbnb and VRBO the day that we got this notice on the 19th. So yes, we weren't at the hearing on the 12th, and I didn't know about the hearing on the 12th, and I would have taken it down on the 12th. On the 19th, it's been down. It's been over since. It's not true, and it's only been only advertisers that are right now are for rent or for sale. We're going to try to sell the property or for rent, and that's it. There's nobody staying there. And if anyone's staying there, it's only my personal guests and not vacation rental guests. I can still use my home, but it's not being marketed and it's not being advertised to anyone. I have my own family there. I have my brother-in-law who was there for the holidays. It's been our Jewish holidays. He was there by the holidays, and with his family. And yeah, the neighbor's going to call up every single time because that's what the neighbor does. But there was never a time in which it was just our Jewish holidays. I had I gave it to my brother-in-law to use with his kids. I gave it to other family members, but it's not listed. It's not marketed. And it's not Airbnb any longer. It's not being done as a vacation rental. And unfortunately, our neighbor is costing us hundreds of thousands of dollars in losses. So I ask, please don't give me any additional fees, and let us try to sell this or rent it long term.
Mr. Inspector?
Your Honor, first, as I pointed out, okay, we've heard this before. The neighbors have had a lot of complaints. I've been out there personally about trash cans being left out and all. That happened even before 2 of the officers just explained to you cases that made up what we presented. It would have been presented and posted. Number 2, yes. Okay, you had made a hearing on the 12th. On the 17th, okay, we got a call from the neighbors about the vacation rental 5 days later, okay? Then we're talking about the ad. We also found out after this on the 19th. Did the ad come down? Yes. But if I may show you, we subscribe to something called a company that actually looks into this. And it was up there. You can see it here, but you can look at it here. This is something just showing some of their bookings that they already had. Okay, and if you notice the bookings on there that show what was it, the 6th, 7th, and 8th. The inspection team went out that night and the inspector's here, Inspector Kroc. So that's showing that they had bookings. We went there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. We had pictures, if you'd like to see those, of cars there. And they were saying they were a vacation rental. And that's from me, but we got the inspector here also that made those inspections. So you're starting from the 12th, you're going to come to the hearing that was presented. You got the 17th, the 19th, it led to this hearing today.
Okay.
And I think, Your Honor, if I may suggest, for purposes of the record, we should hear from the inspector to verify that. Go ahead.
Oh, I can still.
Inspector Robert Kroc, I went to the property on. You have to be on camera. On Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this past weekend, taking pictures of the property. On Friday, I spoke with the tenants of the property who did express that they did rent the place on Airbnb and they were there till Monday. And I took pictures of their vehicles and they presented them earlier.
Okay.
For the sixth, seventh, and eighth, we have the pictures.
All right, so the violations began when then for this $1,000 day fine?
That would be from 17th, from 9/17
Till when?
up until today, because as of today, we just saw the advertisements. They're still using it as of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Right, okay.
No, we are not.
The inspector just testified that over the weekend, there was a tenant there on Airbnb. And they were there till Monday. So I don't know what you're saying. Okay, well, I will.
I don't know what to tell you. I have to talk to my online team. It's not being used as a vacation rental any longer.
Mr. Magistrate, Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. We would like to actually, for the purposes of this hearing, find for the days that we can verify that they were there and
Okay.
that they were actually renting instead of continuously
Right,
from the 17th, for the days that we actually verified
okay,
that someone was there and actually rented
all right,
out.
so what you
So that
gonna,
would be up till Sunday.
so from when to when though? How many
That would be
days?
from 9/17.
Do
Okay.
we know they're,
Six.
do we know they're in violation on 9/17?
10/6, 10/7, 10/8. And
Those 3
then
days.
So 3 days,
Right.
Yeah.
17, 10/6, 10/7, and 10/8.
okay,
Right.
Yeah.
all right, I find those violations that occur, and that's $1,000 per day equals $3,000. Plus the 400 you already
4
owe.
days.
4 days.
4 days, excuse me, 4 days, $4,000. Plus the fines you already owe from the previous cases, which I think is a total of $800. This is not to be used as a rental. You understand that, and you're under suspension. So I'm not gonna give you any kind of break whatsoever because you don't deserve it. You become an aggravation to the neighborhood and to the city. So do not, I'm warning you, do not rent this out to anybody. If there's family members in there, and we find that it's been misrepresented, it will be a problem for you because you're under oath. It's perjury if that's the case.
Your
And I
Honor,
will make sure it's given to the state attorney if that's the case.
Your Honor, you're looking possibly another violation could be as much as $5,000 per day.
Well, I would do that if I had the
Yeah.
basis for it.
No, but if it happens again,
If
just
it
to give,
happens
just to give, it-
again,
yes,
You're looking at
For his
$5,000 a day, which I have no problem imposing. So you want to sell the property, sell it. But do not rent it as a short-term rental. I don't want to do the manager made a mistake, somebody else made a mistake. I don't like the neighbor. None of that is relevant to me as the magistrate. Those are the fines, those are the rulings. Do not use this property. Anything you want to say?
No, I have nothing to say.
Thank you. Cases are concluded.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Robert Clark. Case number CE 23030576, case address 837 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner 837 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard LLC. Service by appearance posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Somebody present, right?
Yes, they're coming. Sorry.
Ask him to approve the invite.
Mr. Moore, will you please approve the invite? Accept the invite?
They declined it.
Next case, page 4. Inspector Diego Santos. Case number CE 230308110, case address 2010 Southwest 16th Court. Owner BB&T New River LLC, posted at property 92623, posted at 1 East Broward 92623. Need to tell him, no, go back up after this. We're gonna go back. And I need to get them out. Good morning, gentlemen. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, Special Magistrate, Inspector Diego Santos, representing the city of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case in CE 23030810. This property, it was first inspected on April 2nd, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-308B was complied, 9-280B was complied, 9-306 complied, 9-305B, the landscape maintenance. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept condition. Appearance, there are areas of deading and missing ground cover throughout the property. And then violation 9-304B, which is complied. We have been working out with the property owners. We understand that the property was affected by the flood, which we extended the time being, with the only violation left being the 9-305B, the landscape. And at this moment, what the city is requesting is 63 days for the property owner to come to compliance or face a fine of $100 per day for thereafter.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, who wants to speak?
I can if you would like.
Okay, well, unless you agree with what the inspectors proposed.
I do, Judge, however,
Well,
so
once you tell me your name and your relation to the property.
my name is Charles Biggie. I am one of the 3 owners of BB&T, which owns the property.
Okay,
So on this property, it backs up against 590 or I-95 and Davie Boulevard. So the houses to the east of 95, they're having a hard time trying to maintain their water coming off of that road. They've put in a big canal and a retention pond, but they're still having issues because of the amount of flooding. And it's coming off of about 12 of those houses off of the back of 95, and it runs through their backyard onto the street. Then it runs down the street to the 4 houses that are clustered together at this. And if you look at the pictures, you can see, and the flood ruined the house. I mean, it is unoccupied and no way of renting the house without us doing. We're either going to knock it down or we have to raise the house. Anyways, so the water, even past the flood, where if you look at those pictures, you could see where the flood line was. So even as of day before yesterday, when we had the bad rains, or a couple of days ago, we still have about 8 inches of water that gets in that house. And it's a direct result from the city not being able to maintain the water that's trying to get to the river in the back. So there's 5 houses that we've been talking with the city to try and solve the issue. We did put down some mulch around the trees. However, each time it rains now, it literally just floods that house. So the house is unoccupiable. And I know the 63 days, I would thank you for giving it to us, but I don't know if the city can solve the problem that has occurred with what they're doing on it for these 4 pieces of property. Two of the houses behind us are built a little bit more elevated,
but they literally are living with water in their house. This house that we bought from auction, we didn't know it at the time we bought it, but the people were literally living in the house with half of the house flooding every time it rained bad. I have added, if you look at those pictures, I have added over 10 truckloads of dirt and rock to that property just to try and stop the water from flooding into it. It's going to require another 25 or 30 loads of dirt just for me to be able to raise it. And anything that I plant there or anything that I put there literally washes directly into the neighbor's yard.
Inspector, what's the city's responsibility? Do we need the engineers to take a look at this or what?
So, he is in talks with the city's engineer, as far as, we tried to work as much as we could with him. And then even giving him more time to work it out, but, the city at this time, and the only thing that we can do is give him the 63 days for him to, try to repair, because prior to the floods, the situation wasn't as aggravating as it is right now, because if you can see in the pictures, he put dirt all over and removed whatever grass was left. So the situation got aggravated from what it was before, because before there was still a little bit of grass left.
So
And
this
then
is all new topsoil.
exactly. So by what he was, according to him, he was trying to see if he could raise it to, help the flood. But by doing that, also aggravated the situation with the city, because right now there's no living ground cover at all throughout the property. And then, I mean, the only thing that the city can offer is just to extend the period, give him until December 12th for him to be able to resolve the situation with the ground cover, and then put the ground cover in the areas where the ground cover was before. The driveway itself is okay. We have the gravel, because before they didn't have that. He put it that the city agreed for him to maintain the gravel driveway, but as far as we're concerned, for the rest of the property, it has to have living ground cover on it. And not only that, but also we went there with one of the representatives from the landscape department. And as well, he explained to the property owner that needs to be done. And as well, because the way it is right now, unfortunately, it cannot be left like that.
Okay, so he's proposing to put another 20 to 25 loads of dirt on top of this dirt. Is that a reasonable operation?
Yeah, my apologies. It has to be living ground cover.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
But
So
does that? Hold on. So he does that. And he puts sod on top of that, he'd be in compliance.
Absolutely, yes, yes.
So you've got 63 days to address this, sir.
Okay,
Go ahead.
So Judge, if I just left it, it literally fills up with water. I mean, I understand the thing, but within 63 days, I get what you're saying, but the house, literally what you're asking me to do is put grass on something that is going to now create water going inside the house, which then makes the house completely unmanageable because the city isn't able to maintain the water coming down the streets. So I'm in a predicament. I'm very thankful to get to 63 days, but I know that we're going to be right back here.
Supervisor, special magistrate. The compliance supervisor, special magistrate. The property owner can seek, I don't know if he has or not yet, but he can seek ways through our engineering department to see if there's ways where he can introduce things to the property so it can drain. Because everyone is required to maintain their own rainwater on their own property,
Right.
exactly, regardless of the city. So if,
Hold on, he's speaking.
so whether it's grading or drainage systems or what have you, that needs to be looked at. So for him to be able to meet the code accordingly and be able to have the facade there.
Okay. Yes, sir. Now,
So, Judge, so he's correct, and you have to maintain your own water. But it's their water, it's the city's water that's filling up this house. So they're under the same laws that we're under, that they have to maintain their water. So all of the water that's coming down is literally running down their streets. If you look at the photo, it's running down their streets and filling up this house. We bought it from an auction, not knowing that this problem was here. I've done everything I can to try and solve and raise it, but it's literally the city's water that's doing it. So if they want me to maintain my water, they have to have the same obligation.
Mr. Magistrate,
Yes.
Supervisor Bass, he's probably referring to the city's stormwater facilities, which I'm sure the city is continuously working on their stormwater facilities. That does not negate the fact that living ground cover needs to be there, which will help when rain does come down for it to for the soil to get there, for it to percolate there. So if he had living ground cover there, that would have no variance on the city's stormwater facilities. He still needs the living ground cover.
Okay.
The property goes 8 inches underwater every time that it rains, Judge. Every time that it rains, it goes eight inches. If you just look at the videos that I sent you, you'll understand that it fills up. I'm at the bottom of the bowl. And and because of the city's requirements of them raising the seawalls behind us, it literally has now affected those guys to where they are flooding out also. I'm very willing to take the 63 days and try and put stuff there, but we already did it once and it washed away. So that it isn't like it just has water on it. It literally is a river that runs through that property. So anything that I put there is literally going to wash away. Please look at the videos that we sent you.
I would recommend for them to get in contact with the engineering and our engineering department and see what type of.
Get their own engineer to work with the city's engineer?
Yeah, I mean, they can hire an engineer to see how best they can, retain their own water and not have, any other water affect their property, or they can also meet with the city's engineering department for any suggestion.
All right, there's a picture of what is it about?
They're putting dirt there instead of living ground cover. That's the problem. They need to put living ground cover.
Right, but he's saying even if I do that, it washes away. So I don't want to do a use of, is that water, standing water there?
That's standing water on the property, and it's literally, that is what the city's doing to that property in regards to them trying to figure out their problems with the drainage coming off of I-95. I mean, I'm Judge, we bought this not as a place to live. We had no clue that the people that were living into it prior was literally living in only about 400 square feet of the house, because it's higher than the rest of the house. And it was completely molded and full of crap. And when we bought it, we weren't able to inspect the interior of it. I'm very willing to spend the money that is required to do it. It's just the city has obligation into this problem that the city literally has walked away from the retention of their own water. And we're at the end of the canal, and we're the one who's benefiting from the problem of, not benefiting, but we're the one who's getting the problem because of the water that's coming down. And I know that we have king tides and everything, but literally it's now every hard rain, the city's been over there working on I-95, digging trenches, and they've only made the problem worse on this piece of property. Anyways,
Okay. All right, well,
so
I'm gonna impose the 63 days to get it done, but I recommend in the meantime, you either hire your own engineer or meet with the city's engineer to see what, if anything, can be done. So that when the 63 days expire and you try to comply, the city will be aware of, here's what the city's engineering is proposing to do for drainage, or you have an ability to do your own drainage. But it sounds to me, and the way it looks, is the house is gonna have to come down. That, I don't see how you're gonna say the house is probably full of mildew at this point. So
we've already stripped a complete house. I mean, the house is literally concrete blocks. We were hoping to retain the structure if the city would repair their problem. It is not something we're renting or able to make money off of. We're stuck because of where the city is with their problem.
Okay, well, then I recommend you either have your own engineer or you meet with the city engineer. Either way, consult with the city's engineering to see what, if anything, can be done or what's going to be done. So by the time your compliance comes up, you can report back, here's what we, like, I'm unable to do it, And here's the response from the city engineer, if that's the case. City, is not gonna ask you to do a useless act, but I do need you to reach out, somebody in the engineering, have a face-to-face meeting or on site and get this resolved. It just can't remain like this.
Yeah, I understand. Can I ask one question, Judge?
Yes,
The question is, we have sought a fencing company to come in and put a 6-foot high privacy fence around the property. And do that between now and the 63 days, that whenever this comes up, so that the property is not visible from the street. And then that way, because I know that the city's not going to be able to get done what they need to get done, and I'm going to end up coming back here every 63 days. But if we put a fence up, can we comply with making the property so it's not an eyesore for the neighborhood? Because I'm very aware of what the situation is.
Special Magistrate Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. The privacy fence does not negate the fact that the violation still exists, so putting up a fence.
yeah, hiding
doesn't
it's
mean
not
that-
gonna help.
Well, can we ask for 63 days in order to reappear to get us
Yeah.
time to correspond with our engineering team
Yeah.
and our stormwater facilities team and landscaping to see if there is a issue with the stormwater facilities and how it can be.
If there's ways to do what they call French drains or his own drainage, if he did that, he could solve his
But
own issue.
where do I pump the water, sir? It's not my water.
I'm not gonna.
It's
solve
the
that.
city's water.
Okay, we're gonna find that out. If it's from 95, it's federal water, so it's spilling out. And ultimately, you'll have
Sorry.
to talk to me about it, because I can't control what God does. So.
No, I got it.
Now, you got 63 days to resolve it, but I'm urging you to meet with the engineering and the landscape people, preferably on the site, to see what can be done or what could be done. And if more time is needed, I'm sure if the city hears from its own forces, it's willing to work with you. No one's here to punish you for it. I get it, but it can't go on like this. So 63 days, hold on, or a fine of what?
$100 per
Or a
day.
fine of $100 a day. Again,
What?
I don't want.
But Judge, how can they find me for their problem?
Interrupt me. Thank you.
Sorry.
63 days, or if it's not done, a fine begins of $100 a day. That's what is done for every case. People are given time within which to comply. If they don't do it, a fine begins to run. I don't want the fine. City doesn't want any of the money. It wants the issue resolved. That's what it's about.
And a notice to
Not the
reappear.
penalty. So you're gonna reappear 63 days, which I think is to what reappearance date?
Number 12.
December 12th. You'll be back for another hearing to see where you are, report to us. But I urge you by that time to have met with engineering and landscaping to see what can be done, so that we'll all know. All right?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, folks. Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Good.
Next case, page 5, Robert Crock, case number CE 23070891. Case address 235 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 235 South Fort Lauderdale Beach LLC. Posted at property 9/22/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Sorry, what was the address again?
235. We have Courtney, so I have to swear you.
Nope.
Oh, Courtney. You can go ahead. You don't have to be sworn over.
All right, Inspector Robert Crock presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 23070891. Case address is 235 Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was first inspected on 07/28/23. Citation, an inspection report was posted. So there is an obstruction on the sidewalk at this location, and signs are erected and require a permit. That was section 25-4 for the obstruction, 47-22.9 for the permit required. Or they were given 24 hours to remove the signs and they complied. We're here for finding a fact.
Okay. Yes, who's here, please? Who's here for the property?
There you go.
Good morning, Magistrate Ansbro. Sorry, I think there was something with the audio. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. Yes, the landlord has instructed his tenant to remain in compliance.
Okay. So we'll do what's called, and you're familiar with it, a finding of fact. Meaning if it
Yes, sir.
occurs, should be an issue, which would be what? It won't be a repeat violation, and so
It would be a repeat
it
violation.
would be a repeat violation.
Yes.
So those could be extremely expensive. So if you you're aware that to instruct this tenant, don't do this again. And
Yes,
life-
Magistrate.
Life will be simple and you'll have to find another client.
I wish.
I think you'll find a number that will come to you anyhow. All right, so that will be a finding of fact that will enter, Mr. Crush. Thank you.
Thank you.
And bye-bye.
She's also representing the next case, page 6. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 230700842, case address 501 Orton Avenue, owner Grand Palm Plaza LLC, posted at property 92523, posted at 1 East Broward 92623. Yeah, he's here for that one.
Good morning.
Morning.
Case number CE 23070842, case address 501 Orton Avenue. This property was first inspected on July 29th, 2023 by Senior Inspector Sambert. The following violations were observed. 1812A has complied. This is a repeat violation. And the case number is CE 20090366. 47-34.4.A.1. There's a commercial jet ski trailer on the right of way. This is a recurring violation. The reference case number is CE 22030167. And this case or this violation will be presented to the magistrate for seeking a finding of fact, whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date.
Did it comply?
No.
Okay.
So I was going to read everything and then tell you what's
And tell me
complied, what's not
that's-
complied at the end, just to make it easier.
That's fine.
Because we have repeat and recurrent.
Okay.
Okay. So 9-305A has been complied. 9-280H1, the wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and it is not being maintained as required. It is dirty, and there's broken slats that need to be replaced or repaired. And this is a repeat violation, reference case number CE 21090338. 1811B is a recurring violation. It is complied as a recurring violation. And the reference case number for that is CE 21080833. And this will be presented to the magistrate, whether or not it comes into compliance or not. 47-34.1.A.1, there's illegal land use occurring at this NBRA zone property. There is a large construction dumpster being used to store trash and bulk items. The dumpster is not permitted on the property. The trash is actually being brought to the property from another hotel. 24-11D, the construction dumpster that is there is overflowing with large bulk trash items. And that's a recurring violation per building case BE 21090234. And this will proceed to the magistrate whether or not it's complied prior to the hearing for finding of fact. So the pre-hearing inspection shows that the violations remain as depicted in the photos for the record. So for 1812A, the city is requesting $300 for each time that we inspected it and it was out of compliance. Those dates
How much?
So
at $100 each. Hold on one second, Courtney, please. So
certainly,
$100 each time. The dates were July 29th, August 18th, and September 25th. So that would be a total of $300.
Okay.
Okay.
Because they were repeat violations.
It was a repeat
Once you find
violation.
them, they're immediately citable, right?
Correct. The previous case was at 50. We doubled it to 100,
Okay.
3 times that we saw that it was in violation. The pre-hearing, it was in compliance.
All right. You want to address them as we go along or until we're done?
Let me just go through everything and then we'll go through each one, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, and then Thank you. And then the city is also requesting a fine of $200 a day for a violation 9-280H1, which was also the repeat violation. And we're asking from the day that we saw the violation existed, which was on July 29th. And it is not complied. So we're asking that $200 a day to be imposed from the day that we saw it and continues to accrue.
So from July 29th to 10/11.
Correct.
It's not complied.
It is not complied, so it would be continuing to accrue.
$200 a day.
Okay, and for the recurring violations that are complied, we're just asking for a finding of fact.
Okay.
And all the other violations, we're asking for 10 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $150 a day thereafter.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Court.
All right, question.
Yes, sir. If we could, given the pick, so first and foremost, Magistrate Ansborough, with respect to the jet ski, we have communicated with Inspector Colorian the week before last after checking. So backing up, our client Per Sonda owns about 45 properties has created the North Beach Village area, shops, restaurants, restored buildings. These two buildings are vacant and are going to be renovated. They are currently working on another property right now. However, when there was originally an issue, there was a tenant in the initial violation. A tenant was, I guess, storing a jet ski in the city right of way. As we advised the inspector, this is also a jet ski. This has nothing to do with our client, who has checked with every one of their tenants. So we had asked that the city, do what the city does when someone parks in a right of way. We have no affiliation with the jet ski. Since it's not the property owner's property, I would not find it appropriate for us to touch a vehicle or whatever, a trailer on city property. And I thought that had been addressed.
So is this on the right of way?
Yes.
It is. So in the past, and that's why it's a recurring violation. It has been either attached to a vehicle. Sometimes it's off, sometimes it's on. And I believe the other case before, it was actually tied around the hedges of the property.
And Inspector, that was one of our tenants who was not cooperating with us. That tenant no longer lives on any of Per Sonda's properties. And again, this is not us. It may be somebody else in the neighborhood, but and I thought that had been clear when we had sent that over. I assumed the city was going to tow it. I know the North Beach Village people, the successor to the overall property director, didn't see it there yesterday.
The village people.
Thank you. I was.
And I'm going to apologize. Brief. There had been a changing of management at the end of July. Brian, the person in charge of the properties, et cetera, very unexpectedly passed away. So we now have Philippa, and I did ask her, and she sent me photographs of it. Anyway, I can't control this item in the city right of way, and we had promptly advised the city of. I don't see it as a violation.
Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. So she's correct that usually when we have something in the city right away, the city will tow within 24 hours. We will tow. The reason why we're asking for, and we also know that the abutting property is responsible for the right of way that's abutting their property. So the reason why we're asking for finding the fact that this is a recurrent violation, so the next time that we do red tag it, that we can tow it immediately. That's why we want to
but
Go ahead, because it's not there.
right, and we will. So we're
So
not.
is it now?
So sorry, not to interrupt, Courtney. So yesterday, those pictures with the red tag on there, I did red tag it yesterday because it wasn't coupled or anything. So I did red tag it because the previous red tag, I couldn't read it. So just to make sure we're doing everything correct. If it's there, yes, we will tow it.
Okay, well, I'm
And
not gonna
so,
find.
and if I may, Magistrate, just briefly, we had advised on October 5th that it was not ours. I don't believe even a finding of fact against the property owner, and we will, I mean, this has nothing to do with us. We did not recur anything, not the same person, and again, we have 100 and something tenants and hotel and 500 hotel rooms. This has nothing to do with any of the properties.
Okay, well, she did testify that it had been, the same one had been tied to the hedges.
No, this one.
But
No.
No, this one
is a
recently, but the case prior that she's referring to, I believe it was a different.
Okay, well, I concur with her, that this is not her client's responsibility, and let's just have it towed. And we get back there again on the right of way, have it tagged and towed. But I don't think I can impute this to their operation of the property. Okay, so we'll dismiss that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and the other case, other violations? What else do we have with the other violations?
So for the repeat,
Right.
the fence, which you can
Okay.
see in the pictures, there are still some areas where it's like broken little pieces of the slats and
Right.
the one gate is not secure. And I want to point that out as well too, because there is a pool that they did cover it, so I did comply it. But we do want to make sure that that gate is secure. And then just the areas that have the pieces that are broken off or missing, to repair those so that they can get that into compliance. And then the other two were the dumpster.
Let's address.
So with
Defense.
respect to the fence, Inspector, as I know you communicated, I know we had advised that we had painted the fence and the slats. The prior case had to do with the security to the pool. And the fence, even as it was cited on the recurring time, was in the same condition. We actually improved the condition from the time that it was complied on the case last year. If the painting or slat is not acceptable, we will certainly have whatever specific detail addressed. And I do not recall, I know you were going through the entirety of the violations. What is the city's recommendation with respect to fines?
Well, I want to resolve the defense issue. What, you're.
So yes, she's correct. The fence has made a huge improvement, but even if there's a small part that's broken, it's still in violation.
Okay.
So
And
it does look nice, but there are some areas that,
Well, this still-
as in the pictures, you can see, there's some missing, some of it's broken or warped, and there's some missing pieces of the actual slats. Yes.
Yeah, and again, this is a vacant building and the fence, this condition is consistent with the prior case, which was complied as acceptable. So we did not intentionally, again, on this future renovation construction site, deteriorate anything. I just want, this is a very responsible hotelier, and we understood on the underlying case that the condition, the security of the pool was compliant with the city. And when you cited it, we had it painted, further repaired. And if the lock was open yesterday, we can certainly have that addressed.
Okay, well, I want to know what we're gonna do about the fence in its current condition, because it's still not in good condition.
We'll get someone on it immediately. Again, I think did responded and reached out and provided that information to the inspector. And I know the reinspection was yesterday, and I did look at the case notes. We would have had it done yesterday if we knew that there was additional action the city was looking for.
Magistrate, Special Supervisor asked for the city, so it's a repeat violation, so we're asking for imposition of fines from the date that the violation existed. Once they come into compliance, they can then revisit it for our lien amnesty program.
Okay,
And Supervisor, that was what I didn't recall in the listing of the entirety of the violations, what the cities was asking the magistrate to impose.
$100 a day, the date that the violation first exists.
Oh,
Because it's.
200 a
200, I'm
day,
sorry,
yeah.
200, because it's a repeat violation.
okay.
From
So,
July
Ms. Bush,
29th.
What I'll do is I will impose the fine knowing that it can come back for mitigation and
Correct.
somebody will entertain that and probably resolve that for you, but under the fact that it's a repeat violation is concerning, as you well know. So I will impose that, and the faster they can get it done, the faster that fine will stop, but it will be susceptible to a mitigation hearing. Okay?
Understood, magistrate. And what is the fine amount?
They recommending $200 a day. I'll reduce that to $100 a day.
It's not compliant. Right now, it's at 14,600. It's not compliant. So the
Okay.
fines will continue to accrue.
All right, so it's
until
still
they
there.
comply.
I'm gonna leave it in its current condition. It's 14,006. But again, that's a significant number for offense. I know that.
Yes, and I will clarify with the city. I expect as soon as we have an open issued permit for the renovations, then we will have, different requirements.
Okay, but in the meantime, if they can go in and do what it takes to fix the fence.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, I'll let the fines continue until that's done, knowing this is gonna come back for an abatement or reduction. Okay,
And then also the dumpster has still not been removed. So I did reach out to Courtney after the fact. When we were there inspecting the property, they had pulled up in their truck and they were loading all kinds of debris and stuff into the dumpster. The person that I spoke to was not being very cooperative. I asked to speak to whoever was in charge. I don't know if it was a communication barrier or not, but we do need that removed. So that's why I was asking 10 days or $150 a day.
And that's 47-34.1.8.1.
For the illegal land use,
Okay,
for the
so Bring
dumpsters.
it off the property.
It needs to be removed from the property, and then that would comply, of course, the 2411, because that's for the overflowing of the
Gotcha,
dumpster, so if they
correct.
removed it.
So again, would you repeat your recommendation? 10 days to comply or?
For that is 10 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $150 a day thereafter. And that
Okay,
is.
we can certainly, I saw there was on dumpsters, the historical violation was for and I'll find out who the uncooperative gentlemen are. I don't know that they think they're doing anything incorrectly. So I would like, Inspector, if we may, to have us go speak with the zoning administrator. I understand that dumpsters in a residential zoning district are not permitted. The Regional Activity Center and the NBRA and the other zoning districts are all mixed use districts. The historical violation was when there was the dumpster on the east side of the two properties, visible from the right of way, sitting in parking spaces. We, as you recall, complied that case, and the dumpster is now not visible from the street. So I don't believe North Beach Village was aware that they were doing anything impermissible. But so I think we should certainly speak. The properties do not all have areas that have the capacity to screen. So we're trying to be a good neighbor by ensuring that as these 1950s buildings are renovated, we are mitigating any potential visual activity. So appreciate the 10 days. I will reach out to, I guess, Deputy Ford, since the zoning administrator is away, and given the timeline.
So just to go over that item, as far as the dumpster, it's a construction dumpster, and there is no active permits on that property.
No, I know.
So that's not permitted, and the materials that were brought to the dumpster was admitted by that person who was being uncooperative that it was coming from a nearby hotel. So it wasn't, had nothing to do with that property, so it's.
No, I completely understand, but the other properties don't necessarily have the layout in order to be able to accommodate a dumpster that's not ugly to the neighborhood. I'm sure we can find a path, but we will make sure this is addressed well within the 10 days.
Okay, well, again, once it's removed, that takes care of overloading a dumpster that's no longer there. That will be moved. Does that conclude that case?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Kirsch, that is the case and those are the ruling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dorian, okay. Next case, page 7, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 230100843. Case address 1429 Southwest 9th Street, owner Riverside Breezes Condo Association, Inc. Posted at property 92523, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning, case number CE 230100843, case address 1429 Southwest 9th Street. Senior Inspector Cloyne on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on January 30th, 2023 by myself and a former trainee, Inspector Roca, and the following violations were observed. 9-280H1 has been complied. 9-306 was complied, and 9305B was complied. The remaining violation, 9304B, the parking facilities are in disrepair. There are holes and the surface is uneven, and wheel stops need to be painted and secured and restriping as needed. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on this remaining violation, and as depicted in the photos for the record. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $150 a day thereafter.
All right, sir. Tell us your name and address in relation to the property.
My name is Steven Morales. I'm actually a property manager representative for Riverside Breezes. We're located at 1005th Street, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139, suite number 208. I see these photos are just recent. Back in April of 2023, I did reach out to the inspector to advise that we had painted and repaired some of the asphalt throughout the property. I see that some of this disrepair has intensified a little bit more over the last several months. So some of this is new to us.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused. So I have been in contact with a property manager who says he's the property owner. I mean, the property manager, Mr. Petgrave, and he's out of the country and had called and spoke with the clerk to say that he wasn't going to be available to speak today at the hearing. And then I know that he was the previous manager, so I'm a little bit confused on
Are
that.
you a new
We're
manager?
actually still currently the manager to the end of the month. Mr. Petgrave is the brand new board director who will be taking over services. So being that we're still the property managers, still under contract, we registered to help rectify this problem. But if in fact the board member wants to go ahead and take over services immediately, I guess I'd have to withdraw from this hearing.
No, I was just confused. I
You're
just
not
wondered,
here, so
yeah.
if you have until the end of the month, we'll leave it
We
at that.
are contracted to the end of the month. Yeah, we did put in our resignation for resigning from the property, and it's effective at the end of the month. So we did feel that we still are contracted. So we do want to help our communities, regardless if we're ending our services in the near future.
He just needs a building permit, does it not?
Most likely, but that's for them to find out. So that they need to check with our building department with their plans on what's going to be done for the parking lot. And if it's required, a permit's required, they will let them know.
Okay, so you did a good job of getting the other 3 violations resolved. This one does need to be resolved. It does not look good. So they're giving you, or the client, 63 days to do it, or a fine of $150 a day will ensue. So that's what will be the ruling. I would urge you to have the client.
I have a,
Go ahead.
I have a question. I apologize for interrupting. 63 days to be in compliance or 63 days to have a permit in place to get the work done? I would be fair to say, I don't think the city or would potentially grant the permit within 3 days. I would hope and pray that they would. But if in fact the permit process is starting and beginning and not approved within the 63 days, will we still be in violation?
So what I suggest, and I'm going to keep it at 63 days for compliance, but we can ask for a mandatory reappearance. He may not be here, like he said, his contract will be over, but whoever's, the new person can come to court and
Correct.
give us, if there's a problem with the permitting, because I don't foresee the permit taking more than 30 days. And then, they would, that's why I gave the 63
But they'll
days.
probably
Okay,
need-
that's perfect. That's great news. I can go ahead and relay that to the new management company and or board of directors and start moving as soon as possible. I mean, I would be more than happy to help initiate the process even before the end of the month so that once we're gone, they can have the ball already rolling.
So the notice goes to the owner, right? The order will go to the owner. So the owner will know, but you can tell them what's going on. They can begin the process for the permit. I think it may need a permit because they'll probably have to get, show places for disabled parking. I don't see any there. And certainly when you do striping and drainage, this looks like a permit issue, but I don't do permits. So help them get started. And 63 days or a fine of $150 per day would ensue, okay?
And a mandatory reappearance.
And a mandatory reappearance of 12 minutes.
Of course. Well, thank you for your time, Your Honor. Thank you, Inspector, and the city of Fort Lauderdale for everything you do for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm in the middle of breaking yet, sorry.
3-minute break. Gotta use the restroom.
Oh, interesting.
Well, this is
Yeah, perfect.
Our next case is page 5, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 2307-0860, case address 2554 Gulf Stream Lane. Owner Anthony A. Spalding, posted at property 91923, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Let's see if it actually works.
We can hear
Yep,
you.
we can hear you.
Everyone sees it.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes,
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case and address as read. This property was previously cited under a different case, CE 230311061 for having a vessel that encroaches into the waterway more than the permissible amount. The magistrate heard that case and found for the city. Upon reinspection of the property, the vessel was in compliance because the homeowner removed the center portion of the dock so that the vessel would be able to be stored within the permissible area. Subsequently, the case for having the vessel encroaching was complied. However, a new case, this case was opened for having a mooring structure in disrepair on 7/27/23, and the property owner was given 30 days to come into compliance. A reinspection was then conducted on 9/7/23. The dock remained in disrepair. As of October 4th, the dock remains in disrepair as per the photos depict, and there is no open permits or permit applications for any dock repair. At this time, the city is requesting 63 days for compliance or face a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
50?
Yes.
Yes, sir, your name and address? Yes, sir, your name and address?
yeah, this is Tony Spalding, 2554 Gulf Stream Lane, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And I'll first start out with saying this is the largest waste of taxpayer dollars that I've seen. The dock, the vessel, that the previous case that Marco brought up, yes, the magistrate heard it, but they ignored the Marine survey and the Coast Guard survey, the Marine survey by a certified surveyist that proved that the boat was not too large, and decided to site with Marco, who's holding up a drooping, sagging tape measure and holding it out into thin air. And I have videos of that. That was just a huge waste of time and money because the boat was not in violation and they ignored the actual builder's certificate of the boat. So
Okay.
not even talking about that. I don't know why Marco brought that up other than to bias the court. The dock I did not remove. We had a flood back in April that did some damage to that portion of the dock. And if the judge had not ignored the information that I'd sent into the previous hearing, then I would have repaired the dock instead of just letting it go. I did not remove it. Mother Nature removed it. The remaining sections of the dock, if you look at the pictures I have sent, is built to code and has been built to code. It is not in disrepair. I don't believe there's any part of the code that says where my dock has to be placed, but those sections of dock are perfectly fine. And you can see the construction of that dock by the picture, and they are not in disrepair. They are in great shape.
Okay, there's a portion in the middle that's missing.
Yeah.
Yes.
That part has to be, excuse me, that has to be replaced.
Why does that have to be replaced?
It has to be replaced, so it's a full dock. You don't do a dance along the seawall to get it from one part of the dock to the other.
Is that part of the code, Your Honor? Is there a code that says that I have to have a dock at certain parts of my yard? Because I don't believe I'm required to have a dock at all.
Then you can remove it if you wish.
But
Hold on.
I'm sorry, but where in the code am I required to place a dock in a certain location on the seawall?
Special Magistrate, who is our co-compliance supervisor, I'm sure to have that dock, to begin with, he had a permit that was issued for that dock. So that dock must be maintained according to that originally issued permit. And anything missing from that dock or in disrepair as per the permit must be put back to the original condition.
So there's the answer.
Okay, so the original dock, which was built before code and zoning and built before we were forced into the city, was a wholly, completely different dock. It was only 15 feet. That dock has been changed long before we were in the city. I am maintaining the part of the dock that I wish to keep. I do not wish to keep any other part of the dock. And I don't believe there's anything in code that says that I have to have a dock where you show that you want me to put a dock in. I do not wish to put a dock there.
So he has the option of removing the dock.
The
There is no,
entire structure.
yeah, there is no requirement to have a dock, but if he is going to have a dock, he has to maintain the entirety of the dock. If he does remove the dock, there does need to be a demolition permit with the building department. And then just so you're aware, the actual code that was cited under, it says, in the event any mooring structure shall be found in an unsafe or unsatisfactory condition, the owner shall be notified in writing as a period of 30 days to correct the situation. So if you deem this to be an unsatisfactory condition, I mean, there is no access to that portion that I'm seeing. There is no access to that portion of the dock. He would either have to jump over the rails
That's my point.
or try and shimmy along the seawall to get to it.
It makes no sense. So.
Okay, so just to straighten that out, there is a floating dock that I have where that section of dock that you're wishing for me to build that I do not wish to build. I have a floating dock that I can step onto and then step onto either side of the dock that I do wish to maintain. Those pieces of docks are completely structurally safe. I have a structural degree. I don't believe Marco is a structural person. I am. Those pieces of dock are structurally sound, and you can see that by the pictures of the build that I sent in that you're not showing. And if I choose to walk on my floating dock to get from one side to the other, that is my choice. And I don't believe there's anything in the city code that says I have to have a dock where you want me to put one in. The dock that I do have is maintained structurally, and I know that.
Okay, well, the answer is you either remove the dock entirely or fill in the missing piece with a dock affixed to the seawall. That's my rule.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but why can't I have a floating dock there? There are many properties here that have nothing but a floating dock.
And you're interrupting me. Don't interrupt me. The
I'm
answer
sorry,
is-
I could not tell that you were talking. As soon as you stopped talking, I don't believe I'm interrupting.
Okay, now I'm talking. You either put the dock back in or take it out, but a floating dock is not going to suffice. That's my ruling. You got, excuse me, I'm still talking. You got 63 days to do it, or you can have a fine of $150 a day.
I'm sorry, but where in the code does it say I have to have a dock there? You're asking me to build something that I'm not required to have.
Right, then take the whole dock down.
Why, where in the code does it say I have to remove the entire dock?
It
Where
doesn't.
in the code does it say I have to remove the entire dock? Then why are you asking me to remove the entire dock?
I'm not. You have a choice.
You just did. You just told me to build a dock. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I was speaking. You just asked me to build a dock where I do not have one, or take out the dock that I do have.
All right, I'm speaking now because I can't hear you. I'm putting you on mute. You either remove the dock if you wish to completely, or you restore it so that the entire dock is walkable from one side to the other. That's my ruling. You got 63 days to do it, or it's a fine of $150 a day. The case is over. Thank you.
And for the record, he would need a building demolition permit if he's gonna remove the dock.
There's the answer. Okay, case over. Thank you. Was that fast enough?
Next case, page 8, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 2306-0512, case address 1312 Northwest Second Street, owner Elgin Single, posted at property 9/21/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Good morning, Wanda Aquabella for the city. All right. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. The property was inspected on 6/15/23 and the following violations were observed. 9280 H1, the chain link fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is bent, rusted, and has disconnected parts. 9305 B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9304 B, the driveway is not being maintained in a smooth, well-graded condition. There are areas of missing gravel, dirt showing, and water puddling. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. The structural parts, including fascia and soffit, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, and peeling paint. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and or its swale. An inspection report was sent to the owner listed on BCPA. I re-inspected the property on 7/10/23. There has been no change. Notice of hearing was posted on 9/21/23. As of the pretrial hearing on 10/5/23, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days or $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
Okay. Yes, sir. Tell us your name and address.
Okay, so my name is Alvin Sango. I'm the owner of property.
Okay.
So first of all, about trash and overgrowth grass, I'll be fix those in 2 weeks. I already talked with a landscaper who's gonna cut my grass, and I'll be there collecting my trash by myself. About the exterior building walls have not been maintained, so we are in the demolition process. A total demolition about for this house, because clearly we can see that house is in unoccupiable condition. So we cannot see the interior of the house or such. Then our objective is to build 2 single-family house back to back after demolishing this existing structure. But in order to do that, we need a demolition permit, which is we are trying to get right now. I bought this property with my family like a couple months ago, and we didn't know that it is it takes long time to get the demo permit. We just got a disconnection letter like a month ago. Then we applied for the permit with my demolition company. I already deposit the initial deposit for the demolition company. And right now we are in the waiting process of demolition, and I do need still more time since I'm a student and I'm working full time. And this is actually my family's property as well. They are out of the country right now. My dad will be here in 45 days. In order to take care of the property and, fasten up the permit process, but I do need additional time. Plus, I don't know if you guys able to do that, but is there any way to speed up the permit process, Judge? Thank you.
Did you even apply for a demolition permit?
So I just sent the email. Oh, sorry, I just sent upload photos the emails back and forth with my demolition company.
No, I asked you, did you apply to the city for a demolition permit?
So in order to take the demolition permit, you need.
Yes or no answer, yes or no?
So I just talked to my demolition company today. They said, she said, oh, I'm gonna talk to the people who take care of the, permits. And she said, I'm not 100% sure that we applied for demo. So they applied, but I assume they most likely did. And she said, I'm gonna let you know after, afternoon.
Magistrate, they applied for
Okay.
one, supervisor asked, they applied
So-
for one, but waiting clients reply since May of this year.
It's been
They haven't
sitting, it's been
replied back.
sitting there since May. We're now in October, so you're not moving on
And is
this.
it this year or last year?
Should be May
So-
20.
sir.
It says May 20, right?
Excuse me.
Yes,
So in order to get a demo permit, there are some requirements such as disconnect letter. And we had a hard time with getting disconnect letter because we had some problems with the previous owner. They got disconnect letter from the FBL. Then after we got the disconnect letter FBL, and it overlapped and it caused some problems. And a month ago, we got the disconnect letter. So we were able to apply for permit a month ago. So as long as I get the permit, I'm gonna put this property in really good shape. Because the structure, I agree, doesn't look good. I agree on that. So I want to get rid of from this structure, but is there anything you can guys do to speed up the permit process?
Well, if the if the permit is waiting client's reply, that means that the city has done all it can, but the permit application is deficient. And waiting client's reply means either you or your designated representative needs to come and address the comments that the city has provided. And apparently that has been the case for several months. So it's not a question of speeding up the city's process. It's honestly, it appears to be speeding up the responsiveness of your representatives to the deficiencies on the permit. A demolition permit is generally not that difficult to get. You need your FPL disconnect letter. Sometimes you need a plumbing cap off, and then you get your demolition permit. So assuming the contractor has its insurance and fills out the application correctly and has its workers' comp issues, demolition permits are not that time consuming to obtain in the city of Fort Lauderdale.
but this has been
I
done
understand.
for 4 months. So that's unacceptable to talk about why is the city not speeding it up? Your people are not speeding it up. So I'm gonna
So-
order you, hold on.
I'm sorry.
Remove the fence, just take the fence off the property. Get the lawn cut. Fix the gravel. And we'll see where you are with the permit, for the, let's do a return to,
Mandatory reappearance.
mandatory reappearance in 35 days, takes us to come back November 14th. Show us that you've done those other things and where you are with your demo permit.
Sir, could I get 60 days
No.
instead of 35 days?
No, 35 days is what the order is.
Okay.
If not, it'll be a fine of how much per day?
$50 per day.
$50 per day per
So-
violation.
Okay, so what I supposed to do again? Take out the fence and what else?
Take out the fence, remove it, get the lawn cut and the landscape cleared up. Back to the inspector to see if those are in compliance. What else is it? The driveway has to be fixed. And then the walls and all the old growth of trash has to be removed. And the
Sure.
building, you can leave the building there until, if you have a demo permit being actively pursued, the city will give you time to do that, but you have to show, certainly within 35 days, that you have given the city what it needs. Okay?
But about the like walls, I don't need to repair the walls, right?
No, they need to be cleaned. If you're not gonna, if you're knocking the building down and you're sure you're doing that, there's no point in cleaning walls that are gonna be knocked down. But
Oh,
you
yeah,
need to-
yeah.
But you need to prove that they're gonna be knocked down. So
Okay.
follow up, because it's been way too long for this to be pending this long. You're gonna have to come back December 12th. I mean, no, November 14th.
November 14th.
Come back November 14th for another hearing.
Okay.
And hopefully the other things are done. If they're not, there's gonna be fines.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next case, page 36. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, Raphael Santos presenting case number CE 230200567. Case address 1121 Northwest Fifth Street, owner Lodge McBride, in care of Varian J. Harris. This case was first heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/31/23. One suspension from 9/12/23 to 10/10/23. Two sections not comply to $50 per day, $1,200 accrued, and this is a request for extension. Can't see him.
Hello,
Good
everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Rafael Santos, co-compliance officer for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case on behalf of Inspector Bernstein. Case number CE 230200567. Property address is 1121 Northwest Fifth Street. This property was first heard by Magistrate Flynn, granted 35 days to comply. Property owner requested an extension, which was granted. As of today, there has been progress on the property. The following violation remains. It's 9-280H, that is in compliance. Violation 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained as required, it's not smooth. And the swale and the driveway have potholes as well as faded wheel stops. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence and to show the violations as depicted. The city is not opposed to a 35-day extension for the swell driveway to be complied and fine suspended.
Okay, so your name and address?
Varian Harris, residential address is 4811 Northwest 19th Street, Lauderdale, Florida, 33313.
Okay, so the inspector's giving you a 35-day extension. You've already had an extension. Because you've done the other things, which is helpful. The driveway has got to be resolved. So a 35-day extension with no fines. If that's not done, it'll come back and fines will resume at $50 a day.
Okay, Your Honor, permission to speak?
Sure.
On the swell, Inspector, do you have the photograph of the swell that you could show?
There should be in the picture folder right there. The
Okay.
driveway is done, the swell is what's remaining, the apron of the
Okay,
driveway.
okay, and that picture in the rear, that's also an old picture that has been taken care of also in the back.
That I don't know.
But as far as the swell go, when this case first came before you, the question was raised as far as the swell. City maintenance had a crew there, and a prior photograph of the swell, just showing the swell, you could see that there was some excavation done on the swell that the city did when they were doing, when utilities had a crew there doing work in front of the building. With the question raised, I was told to report it to risk management. I called risk management. Risk management want documentation or dates on when utilities was out there doing the repair work in front of the building, I've had 3 requests with the city clerk, Cassandra Brown, Karen Becker, and Ms. Comer. And we're still going back and forth on trying to get the information as far as when utilities had someone there in front of the building making repairs or doing their work. My question to the inspector is, when that type of work is performed, what is the minimum standard for repairing a swale if someone comes out and do repair work like that, like the city did? What's the minimum standard as far as them making a repair on it?
Supervisor Bass, for the city of Fort Lauderdale, Special Magistrate, if he's saying that the city caused some of the damage, he took the right step to go to through risk management, and they would address any mitigation, if any, that the city would do. However, this case has already been presented. It's already been found in effect of the violation that exists. So right now, we're asking just for either for them to show that they can comply within 35 days, or the fines are gonna resume.
It's just for an extension.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, one more time.
so I'm not here to resolve what happened with whatever, if you can't identify the dates they were there, but you have 35 days without fines to get this resolved. If
Okay.
not, the fines are gonna resume at $50 a day on the 36th day.
Okay, when I spoke with Inspector Bernstein, when I met him at the property and we talked about that swell, and he understood that it would be a slow process on me getting the information from the city as far as when they, as far as the putting the public records request in and getting the information back from the city. He understood when I spoke to him that it would be a slow process. And to be honest with you, I don't understand. First, my first question is when utilities come out and do work, are their work orders, are they for public record also? That's a question I need to ask. If they come out and send a crew out there, is that records that the public can request when they send a crew out?
If it's a city crew, yes. If it's done by another utility, the city may not have any records with regard to that. If it's FPL or Tico Gas or cable, the city most likely would not have any records of that.
But they are required to pull a permit if they have to do any excavation, because they have to identify utilities in that area that they're digging in. So there would have to be some kind of permit or whatever if that type of work is performed. Am I correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So 35 days. Okay. I just spoke with Miss Cassandra Brown October 6th. That was my last communication with her. And I guess I have to talk to her again to see if I can, get the information, but I appreciate the 35-day extension. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Raphael, you're next.
You're next.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Next case, page 32, Inspector Raphael Santos, case number CE 2306-0417, case address 1710 South Andrews Avenue, owner North Broward Hospital District, in care of David J. Clark, supervisor operations. This case was cited 6/14/23 to comply by 8/14/23. One section complied at $150. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 6/29/23. No appeal received. Okay. Good morning, Ms. Edwards. Will you please raise your right hand? Attorney? No. Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Yeah, Raphael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting KCE 230600417 for property located at 1710 South Andrews Avenue. This property was issued a citation on June 14th, 2023
for section 47-21.15.a. It was for irreversible, irreparable damage for removing one seed grape tree without first obtaining a permit. Property was posted on September 26, 2023 for today's hearing. As of October 8, 2023, the violation remains. A required after the fact application has not been submitted or a permit issued, and the fine of $150 has not been paid. The city is requesting the fine of $150, 35 days to obtain the permit, and $150 thereafter.
Per day.
Per day, yes.
Okay.
No, it's just a one-time
Just
fine.
for, yeah.
One-time fine of one
Just
fifty.
the citation, the other portion would have been done
Then,
under
okay.
inspection report. This is just for the imposition of the citation.
Okay. Yes. You go ahead, talk. Ms. Edwards, go ahead.
Hi, yes, this is Roy Edwards with the Stephanie Toothaker's office here representing the property owner Broward Health. Yeah, we agree with Inspector Santos's conditions with the 30-day, I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. It's 30 or 35-day extension? 30-day?
It's not an extension. It's a imposition of a fine of $150.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. One-time fee, correct?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's fine. The permit is as of last Friday, is being routed for signatures on the ownership side and will be submitted as soon as possible. Everything's ready to go. We're just working on getting this cleaned up, so no issues with the $150 fine for
Okay.
one time.
Right.
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2308-0785. Case address 300 Southwest First Avenue, owner 300 Group LLC in care of John J. O'Shaughnessy. Posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
There's
Respondent?
there is two cases for the same address. It's one whole building, but the address is separated into
Two
folios,
folios?
two different folios, yes. Okay.
Oh,
709 and 3. Yes, 709, yes.
Yep, do them separately, for clarity of the record.
Okay, 709 and 70, same owner. They're different folios, same owner.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Not sure if you guys can hear me or not.
They're the same owner, even though they have separate names.
What are you doing first?
709.
we read in, she read in 785.
Which one
No.
you read in?
No, I read in top of page 10, ending in 785.
785.
Yeah.
Let's do that one first. 785.
Good morning, will you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do. And can you guys hear me? I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
What? Yeah, 155 is one, and then you have the other one, which is no 155. There are two.
My apology to cut you guys off. Just to clarify, unit 155, unit 150, and unit 145 is the same owner. The first two units, 155 and 150, it's John O'Shaughnessy. The unit 145, which is under Sinn Féin, also known as Escape Launch, it's Kevin O'Shaughnessy. It's a father and son. I'm here on behalf of John O'Shaughnessy to represent.
Your Honor, if I may, all the pictures represent the entire building and the area, just because we're separating into different folios. If you wish to see the pictures,
Yes.
Either or, they're all the same.
Well, we'll need to present them for both cases.
Yes, yeah,
Right.
separate cases, of course, but they're all basically the same
Okay,
pictures.
okay.
Thank you, sir, for clarifying. Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case number CE 23080785 for the property located at 300 Southwest First Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on August 22nd and cited for the following violations. 25-56C, The sidewalk at the subject property is in disrepair. There are uneven areas of the sidewalk that have uneven pavers and can pose a safety and hazard, a safety hazard situation. 18-1, there's miscellaneous trash, rubbish, and debris at the frontage of this property, sidewalk and parking area, as well as overgrown on the palm tree areas in front of the building that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or threaten or endanger the public health and safety or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA on August 22nd, allowing 20 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property tenant and other representatives. Special magistrate request form was sent on September 11th for scheduled for today's special master. And a pre-hearing inspection was done on October 5th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations do exist. Like I said, Your Honor, I have been in contact with the gentleman. We have been talking back and forth on the phone and how to come into compliance with all the cases, basically. Your Honor, for this particular case, the city is asking for the following. For 25-56C, we're asking 63 days to comply to repair all the pavers in the sidewalk. And for 18-1, we're asking 10 days. Or to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $100 for each of the violations that exist. The photos submitted into record, and we have the property representative here with us today.
Okay, so your response?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Eben Kurdic. I'm here to speak on behalf of John O'Shaughnessy. First and foremost, I want to apologize. He wanted to apologize not to be here present himself. Unfortunately, due to his health condition, he asked me to attend to this meeting. Everything you see on this picture obviously is correct. Unfortunately, it's very challenging every day. As you see in one of the pictures, the sidewalk is closed. As we speak, as of right now, everything is being compliant, everything is being fixed. What I'm going to do once we finish this meeting, I'll reach out to the gentleman, Gustav, and the inspector to come in and re-inspect everything. Everything was taken care of. I also hired a new landscaping company, which they're going to be coming in 2-3 times in a month to power wash everything, as you can see on the second picture sidewalk. So occasionally, sometimes it's very difficult for them to do any kind of work because the big construction behind us, the building, the high rise, the 42 floors. And again, that's not an excuse, but moving forward, we'll make sure we comply as best as we can.
So all the uneven areas of the pavers have been resolved,
Yes, sir.
and then there's no trash on the property, including in the swale.
Not as of yesterday, 4 a.m., because that's when I left, just to confirm. I do have pictures on my phone and the videos and everything.
It's got to be something that's monitored daily so it doesn't recur.
Correct. That's why, as I said, I do have a new landscaping maintenance company who's going to take care of that.
Okay, all right, so we're gonna do, you still give it 63 days anyhow, right?
Yes, we just in case something does happen, the pavers are very uneven. And like he said, there is a construction company which they use a side entrance or an easement that they have. We want to give them that much amount of time because they're very sunken in. It's not on these particular folders, they're on the next folder for the 300, Mr. Antonio. They're on the other folder if you can show it, but yeah, we want to give them that amount of time because they have to take all the pavers out and even then put them again. Yes, it will take time, with weather conditions and people traffic. If they're done, they're done, but we want to give them the 63 days. Yes.
And then 10 days to clean up the trash, but again, you have to stay on top of that, so if you have a maintenance group that's only coming out periodically, it's not gonna suffice, that it didn't come out for 10 days when there's trash out there.
Yes.
It's gotta be addressed daily. All right.
Magistrate, the 63 days will also be in the event that they install new pavers to make sure that it went through the correct permit process for installation of pavers.
Yeah, that's been it. Now, if I may ask a question.
Yep.
You see in this picture, obviously, on the right-hand side, on the AutoNation building, you see how those palm trees, they have this metal grill. I don't know what's the best way to explain it, around the palm trees. Right now, we put a mulch granule. We peeled obviously all the weeds. My worry is this: when we have a little bit of wind, which we do have a lot, this is Florida afterwards, everything's going to blow around. So my question is, because also on the other side of the street, next to the building, there's where the palm trees are. There are metal grids around it, but there's pieces missing. So who do we need to talk to about that? Or is it like a city's responsibility? Is it something that we need to take care of? Because if you look a little bit closer across the street, you'll see that the metal, so you can walk around. The other side does not have that. Our side does not have. And also we don't have any, how, as you can see, if you look to the right, the palm tree, they have the metal on the bottom. We have just earth. And then on the other side of the street, you can see there's a bits of pieces of metal missing because it comes in 4 pieces. It's like a grill. I don't know what's the best way to explain it. So that way you don't step and fall around the palm trees. And the front of the building does not have that. The side of the building has that.
Magistrate, we would have to, need time to, speak with our engineering department to see if that's the city's responsibility.
Okay.
Or if it's the abutting properties owner's
Okay, but
responsibility.
that's not before me today.
That's not.
No, sir.
Okay, so the city will look into that as to the grades around the tree. But meanwhile, you have, just to be sure, you've got 63 days to make sure the favors are properly placed so that people won't trip on them. They're either too high or too low. And if you did change new pavers, you needed a permit. So if you did that without a permit, you put new ones in, you're gonna get an after the fact permit. But you got 63 days to do that, or a fine of $100 a day, and you got 10 days to fix the trash, or $100 a day for that.
Yes.
Stay on top of the trash and life will be good, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, next case, page 9, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23080709, case address 300 Southwest First Avenue. Owner Limerick Group LLC, posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Good morning, Your Honor. Again, this is the same address, same building. Presenting case number CE 23080709 for the property located at 300 Southwest First Avenue, 155. Inspection of the property was performed on August 22nd and cited for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including not limited to the palm tree base. Your Honor, this is a recurring violation. This case will be presented to the special magistrate as a recurring violation for case number CE 23010122, whether or not it comes into compliance before today's special master. 18-12, there's miscellaneous trash, rubbish, and debris on the frontage of this property, the sidewalk and parking area, as well as overgrown on the palm tree areas in front of the building that is creating a nuisance to the surrounding properties. A courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA First Class Mail on August 22nd, allowing 20 days to come into compliance. Again, contact has been made with the property representative. Special magistrate request form sent on September 11th and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was on October 5th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations have not been brought into compliance. Your Honor, the city is requesting the following. 9-305B, we're requesting 20 days. And for 18-12A, we're requesting 10 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $100 for each of the violations that exist. Again, photo submitted into record, and we have the property representative here with us today.
Okay. Yes, sir, response?
I'm sorry?
Your response to this case?
Well, I mean, as I said a second ago, it's the same property, same owner, same everything. So yes, everything as we speak is being taken care of for the whole 3 buildings.
All right.
Like I said, once I've finished with you guys, I'll reach out to Mr. Gustavo himself and see if I can schedule a reinspection.
Okay, very good.
Your Honor, I would like to correct myself. 9-305B, 35 days, not 20, 35 days, and 18-12, 10 days.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Or fine of $100 per day per violation. Like not timely complied in either respect.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Next case, page 26, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 23080849, case address 2909 Center Avenue. Owner Jennifer K. Garvin, posted at property 92723, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Morning, Your Majesty.
Yes, thank you, my little subject.
My last chance to do that.
That's right.
You can always figure a couple more when you want. Any given day.
Good morning, Ms. Green. Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear in the firm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
yes, I do.
Yeah, I just, I'm sorry.
It's the bottom of 2909.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ready?
Yeah.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 23080849 for property located at 2909 Center Avenue. This property was cited on August 29th, 2023, and given 48 hours to comply for the following violations. 47-19.2.a.7. There is an accessory dwelling on the single-family property being rented as a vacation rental unit. 15-2787. The advertisement for this vacation rental property does not meet the ordinance requirements relating to occupancy, certificate number, and or sexual predator verbiage. Maximum occupancy is 2 guests per bedroom. These violations were brought into compliance on October 5th, 2023. However, the case is a recurrence of KCE 221-00687. The city is seeking a finding of fact in this case, with any future repeat violation receiving an immediate fine of $500 per day per violation.
Okay. All right, you tell us your name and address, sir?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
Your name and address.
Oh, my name is Amy Green, 2090 Northeast 65th Street, Pompano Beach, or Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33308. The address of the property is 2909 Center Avenue.
What's your relation to the property? Are you the
I'm the
owner?
property manager.
Okay, did you hear what the inspector just said?
I did.
Okay, all right, you do not want this to come back, because if these come back and they start to approach 3 or more violations, you end up with a suspension of at least 6 months.
No, I totally understand what you're saying. I, honest to God, thought that I had made the repair. I actually reached right back out. I did make it to Airbnb. I took all of the pictures of the guest house off. A guest house that was previously licensed. Then Mr. Gavin came in and said a year later, now we're going to take it away. I don't know why. I really don't understand that, but I don't rent it separate from the house. It's just part of the house rental. So when I sent an immediate email and said, I made the changes, not realizing that I hadn't made them properly to VRBO. I don't really rent on there. I have some ringing. Is that on here?
You know who that is.
That's her.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that me? Anyways, I have been renting, short-term rentals for 14 years now. I have never been before you or any other. I mean, I do want to comply, but I also wrote a letter and said, I can't compete in this neighborhood because you're not putting these same fines on. And I even looked up, I sent them all of the other advertisements and I'm like, you're not making these people comply, and they're still not complying today. So I have 1 bedroom that they won't. Is that ringing? Is that something I could stop?
Yeah, that's your, that's your phone.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Anyways, I do get anxiety, so I'm probably going off, but I always want to comply. I want to do what's best. I'm 5-star. I've been doing this 14 years. There was no intention of me being, the first time I was not in compliance. The second time I genuinely thought I was, and I reached out to Antonio Wood and I said, I'm not seeing what you're seeing. And he sent it back to me. And then I called VRBO to figure out why I wasn't able to make the changes, and I made them.
Okay.
And as I said, they are in compliance. Just so you know, 47-19.2.A.7 that she was cited under. Any property in an RS8 or RD15 zone, this is an RS8 zone. Accessory dwellings can only be for servants. It is what the ordinance states. They cannot rent it.
Okay.
That's why she's limited to the 3
Okay,
bedrooms.
but Mr. Gavin, I understand that, and I agree. If that's the law, that's the law. There's nothing I can do about that. I also have a bedroom in there that fits every law of a bedroom under code. I reached out like you told me to find out if they're not, whether it could be called a bedroom, and they said yes, because it's a bedroom. For whatever reason, they called it a library when they built it, but it's a bedroom, has all.
The building itself cannot be used for vacation.
For
rental.
vacation, wow.
The accessory building cannot be used.
Okay,
That's the answer.
that's the answer. And I get that. And I took it off.
And I would also like to address, she did send an email. She did give us the whole list of addresses that were in violation. Every one of them has been cited.
They may be cited, but they haven't made any changes. I took them all today, and I'm like, how do you compete? If
Which
everybody's
case-
allowed to break the law, I don't get it.
Ma'am,
Which
she just
case-
said they've been cited, so that means they go through a process. There is a
Okay.
legal process for them to go through, so that's they're in process.
Okay,
So your statement that they're being allowed there is not correct. They're in the process of enforcement.
okay. I have also reached out to everybody to ask, how do I get this bedroom, which is a bedroom, has all the qualifications, counted as a bedroom, and
Not a
nobody
matter of,
responds to
I,
me.
to say this again, the building, an accessory building.
Yeah,
may
yes,
not
that's
be-
that's a separate issue, yes. No,
The fact there's a bedroom in there is for servants
no,
only.
no, no, no,
right?
no. I'm not talking about a bedroom in that dwelling. This is a bedroom in the actual house.
Hold on, ma'am, this is not really, unfortunately, the venue to
Okay.
gather information about the property. We're in the middle of hearings. We have other respondents,
I
so
understand.
I would suggest you reach out to, zoning and to the inspector if you have further questions.
I have reached out to both of them. I'm not getting any responses for it.
I have
Okay.
responded. Amy, I'll send you an email on that.
Okay, I appreciate it.
The finding of fact on both those violations, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you, Pat. Next case, page
Wait,
30.
I didn't hear. What happened?
Just a finding of fact, which is what he said
Violation today.
several times.
Okay, so I'm done.
Yes.
Is he here?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not checked on.
Five.
Okay. Okay, next case, page 11. Inspector Karen Proto, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting case number CE 230300939, case address 2841 Northwest 21st Court. Owner Eric Jones, posted at property 9/18/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23. Good afternoon, Mr. Jones. Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes,
Thank you. Julio Davila, Compliance Supervisor on behalf of Inspector Karen Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the aforementioned case and address. This property was inspected on March 28th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, there is a parked vehicle in the grass lawn area. The paved driveway is in disrepair. There are cracks and potholes on the driveway. The driveway needs to be repaired and resurfaced. And 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have been stuccoed and needs to be painted. The inspection report was posted on March 28th, 2023. A re-inspection of the property on May 7th, 2023 was conducted. Notice of hearing was posted on September 18th, 2023. And as of a pre-hearing inspection of October 8th, 2023, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days or a $25 per day thereafter for each violation fine.
Okay. Yes, sir, your name and address?
My name is Eric Jones, 2841 Northwest 21st Court, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Okay, you heard from the inspector, supervisor. What are your plans to get this done? Because you have 35 days in which to do all of these three things.
Yeah, I understand. I've talked to the inspector and she was very helpful in trying to, let's say that we can get a little extended time because I had a surgery and I'm just started back working. And I got no problem with fixing it. The car's gonna be sold and you know, I'm gonna get the house painted. I just wanna know if I can get a little extra time before I can get it done.
Which is 35 days to get it done.
That's all the time I'm getting, 35 days.
Mr. Master, I'm not opposed to providing additional time. We want to go to 63. That's
All right,
fine.
The supervisor's willing to give you 63 days, which is like December 12th. These have to be done or fines for whatever is not done. We'll have a fine of $25 per day for whatever remains, okay?
That's cool. Thank you.
All right, so thank you.
Don't move, don't pass go.
Next case, also page 11, Inspector Karen Proto, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting case number CE 230600587, case address 2051 Northwest 28th Avenue. Owner Sherry Ann D. Fletcher, posted at property 9/18/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23. Good afternoon, Ms. Fletcher.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm here.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Lou Davila, Compliance Supervisor, presenting on behalf of Inspector Karen Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale. In reference to the case and address as read, the property was inspected on June 18th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles on the property, a black Honda Civic without a tag, a red Dodge pickup without a tag, and a black Dodge without a tag. Also, 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area. Inspection report was posted on June 18, 2023. A re-inspection was conducted on July 3rd, 2023. A notice of hearing was posted on September 18, 2023. And as of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on October 8, 2023, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. City's requesting 35 days or a fine of $25 per day thereafter for each violation.
All right, can you tell us your name and address again, please? Ms. Fletcher?
2051 Northwest 28th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale 33311.
Okay, the supervisor is proposing to give you 35 days to get these resolved.
I have resolved the issues. I'm a flight attendant, so I was not here. I am now in Florida and I have resolved, and I've been calling Miss Proto several times. Her voicemail is full and I'm unable to speak with her. So
Okay.
everything has been resolved. The vehicles that are parked on the property now are vehicles that are
in full operation and no vehicles are parked on the grass. They're just parked on the driveway.
So the vehicles, according to the last inspection that was performed by Inspector Proto, which was on the 8th, everything was in violation. She is not in, which is why I am reading her cases on her behalf. So, we'll have 35 days for her when she comes back. She'll get back with you and re-inspect, and if everything's fine, then we should be okay. But if this happens again in the future, make sure it doesn't, please, because it'll be treated as a repeat or a repeat violation. Okay? And
Okay, no problem. My question to you is, if we have 3 operative vehicles in the home, where do we park them?
They can be parked on your driveway.
I don't have a
And-
driveway, sir. I have a
You don't-
curved driveway. And 3 people that work at the airport, 3 flight attendants have to move every 3 days, every 2 days. They have to be parked not on the fully grassed area, but I park them on the opposite side. So where you see that white Suburban, everything is lined up. Everything is lined up at the middle of the driveway. See, the driveway is curved, and I'm working on the permit to get the driveway fully paved to where you see the blue garbage bins paved across, so all the cars can be parked straight in, as opposed to parking on the curve. So when we
Gotcha.
do park now, we park all 3 cars straight in, right there where you see that black Honda, which is no longer there. There's a white Suburban there that my niece drives. My brother drives the white car that's on the lawn now, and I drive a white BMW. So all 3 cars are parked straight in as now per your request of moving them off the lawn. So there's nothing parked on the immediate lawn, which is to the right of the property.
But no vehicles can be parked on the grass whatsoever. They can only be parked on your driveway. Once you have a new driveway, and if you have additional pavement, then you can park them there, but they cannot be parked on the grass at any time.
So do we park on the street then, is what you're saying?
Not allowed to park in the street either, no ma'am.
So where do we park?
You can park some of it on a vehicle on the swale area, but make sure that the grass is kept and that it's cut, and that any grass that dies because of that is replaced and maintained accordingly. You can only park on the driveway and the swale. That's it. That's what the city code allows.
What do you call the swale?
That little part right between the sidewalk and the street. Right there where the mailbox is, that's the swale.
Oh, so we can park on there with the grass?
Yep.
But you have to
Okay.
keep it.
No problem.
Maintain
No
it.
problem. I will do that then. That works. Thank you.
That's it. Yeah, and if you have additional vehicles, like all those derelict vehicles, that's just taking away from some of the parking that you do have, okay?
Okay,
Make sure they don't come back, please.
no problem.
Okay, that's the order.
Thank you.
Next case, page 30. Inspector Karen Proto, Supervisor Julio Davila, presenting case number CE 230300643, case address 2336 Northwest 14th Court, owner Robert T. Adams Estates and Chantel Justice. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 9/12/23. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Two, three, six, six.
Oh, so take it off me. Okay. Yes, I do. Unmuted. So, hello?
Hello,
Yes.
will you please raise your right hand?
Okay, it's raised.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
The Special Magistrate, Julio Davila, Compliance Supervisor, on behalf of Inspector Proto for the case and addresses read. This case first came before the Special Magistrate on August 8th, 2023, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on March 19th, 2023. Total 9 inspections were performed on the property. Case is now in compliance and we are requesting administrative costs totaling $580.
Okay, so wait a minute, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Say that again?
Everything's in compliance and the city's requesting administrative costs instead of a fine for a total of $580.
Well, what would the fine be? $500? That is quite an exorbitant amount of money. The house was painted, a new roof was put on. The two things that are cited in the final report have been corrected. So you're telling me $500? I've already paid $10,000 plus for the roof and another $8,000 to get this property painted. And now you want, and the grass does not look like that picture right there. And now you want $500? I would like for that to be reduced or eliminated completely. Especially if we're in compliance. Hello? I don't know if it's my feed or yours, so if I keep
No,
saying hello, forgive me.
We can hear you, ma'am. As the supervisor just stated, the $580 does not represent any fines. It represents the administrative costs for the 9 inspections on the property and for the hearings. So that the $580 represents the city's cost on this case to get it into compliance.
Yeah, the fines were a total of $1,300.
And there are gonna be no fines. Instead of fines, the cost for the city enforcing its codes.
And how long does that have to take? How long of a window? Or is this something that has to be paid immediately?
How much time can she have?
I'm sorry?
30
days.
30 days to pay it.
Okay, I disagree with that. However, thank you for the 30 days. But, you know, the letter didn't say there will also be an additional administrative cost. It said to come and take part in this hearing so fines would not be assessed. So either way, the city is getting money from the homeowner. But thank you so much. In 30 days. Now, how do I know where to pay this $500? Will something come to my email? What?
Order will come to you in the mail.
The order will come to the mail. And where will you be mailing this? Because I told Inspector Provo, because she did tell me that there were a couple sightings, and the only 2 that I received was the current one and the one before that. And I asked the tenant, and they said they didn't receive anything, but it's a coincidence. They told me about this last one, so I can't say whether they received it or not. So I'm going to request that you mail it to this particular address, if you don't mind.
No, we can't do that, ma'am. We are legally obligated to mail it to the property owner address as listed in the property appraiser's records, which is 17396 Southwest 33rd Court in Miramar.
And that is the address that I want you to send it to. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your help.
And now can I do this online, or is this a slow mail? Can I have to do a check and mail it? Or can I also come to the city and just write a check? What are my options?
You can do either one.
You'll get an order in the mail. You'll get an order in the mail with instructions, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Everybody have a good day.
You too.
All right. Bye.
Yes, yeah, once you said that.
Next case, page 14. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 230804454, case address 1631 Northeast 54th Street. Owner Scott A. Camone and Lindsay A. Camone, posted at property 92623, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Did His Majesty hear the case the first time? I think he did too.
What number is it?
Oh, Flynn did, okay.
What's the property?
It's the top one, 1631.
Okay. All said, David, so that one.
No, it's still. Good afternoon, sir. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Sure do.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23080454, address 1631 Northeast 54th Street. This property was previously cited under case CE 23010626 for violation 15-42. It shall be unlawful to make any false statements or misrepresentation of facts when applying for a business tax receipt. On July 27, 2023, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered a finding of fact that the violation did exist. This case is a repeat violation. The property was monitored by Senior Officer Gail Williams and Senior Officer Bernstein Sambert, and people were observed working out in the garage and on the driveway on August 30th, 2023 at 6:16:18, on September 1st, 2023 at 7:01 a.m., and September 18th, 2023 at 6:17 a.m. Vehicles were observed parked on the street in front of the property on these dates. As of October 9th, 2023, the property is in compliance. The city is requesting $600 to be imposed for the dates observed for the finding of fact existed.
Okay, so your name and address?
My name is Scott Camoin, 1631 Northeast 54th Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 3333.
Okay, the inspector has proposed a fine of $600 for these violations. Any questions?
So, sir, I do not feel, well, I know I'm not in violation of anything. This is my home gym. I'm actually sitting, if you can see behind me, in now my third gym that I own within a 1.5 mile radius of my house where I do business at. So the violation is of me making a false affidavit that I'm not conducting business there. I just sent in the file that was requested, now my third lease for my third gym in this area where I conduct business. So I have a gym on Federal and Oakland Park, a worldwide franchise called F45, which I submitted photos of my trainer profile. You can go online and look for me there on sunbiz.com. I have a gym half a mile away from my house, Intense Fitness, 1536 East Commercial Boulevard, same exact thing. And now I'm in my third, I'm in my unit right now. I did it on purpose. So you can see now my third gym where I conduct financial resources. Now, what I've said to Ms. Gail, and I said the last time, is I have friends that come and work out at my house. My wife has friends. You can see me working out right there with them, and we have a workout at the house. I don't do those workouts at my gyms because I would have to be paying into the gym. I have partners at the gym. These are my friends. We do it at different times. Most of the cars are the same. So I am not in violation of any violation if there's not a law to have people at your house working out. Now I do what I have written on my application. I do business at home. I have an office at home, and I use that gym for filming when I create my online content, when I meet with my clients that are all around the country in Seattle, New York, Pennsylvania, all over the place. But when I conduct personal training sessions for payment, and as you can see again, right behind me, I conduct them in my gyms. I submitted my third lease, which was signed on the 13th before any of these pictures were even taken of August. And it says it right there for it, SLC Commutative LLC. So I am not in violation. I don't think I should be paying any fines because all of my paid financial sessions are here.
Special Magistrate Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. And Mr. Kenyon, Mr. Kamone, on admittance that he is recording when they're doing their workouts at this property, this residential zone property. As a finding of fact, previously, we stated that the only type of business that should be done here is only administrative business, because that's what's on his business tax license. The 3 different times that the senior inspectors have went there, it has not been the same vehicles. They have noticed that there's different vehicles there. So it is the city's belief that he is conducting a gym at a residential zone property, which he only has a business tax license to do a home-based business, not an actual physical gym.
Okay, your response?
No, I didn't say I'm videoing these people here. These are my friends working out. What I said is I do my videoing here, which is me videoing myself, or I might have one person there that's hired to come do the video. So if I can't video it's one person inside my garage, which I haven't done even in a long time, I don't understand how that is breaking a law. But like I said, these are my friends. You can see me in the video working out. You can see the same Corolla that's in the front. You can see a lot of the same cars, the same white BMW that's in the front of my house. So yes, there might be a different car, but that's no evidence of that I'm training for financial reasons there. This is my friends. This is where I conduct business.
The evidence is that they are doing, that he's conducting a home-based gym at his residential property, in his gym. And they've also noticed that they go around the neighborhoods. They've also saw them doing some type of workout, like going around the neighborhood as well. And the different vehicles parked along the street. So again, the city stance is still that for these 3 days that we saw that the violation existed as a repeat violation, we're asking for the imposition of fines for the $600. And if continued after this, we'll be bringing it back as well.
Okay. Okay, well, the evidence shows that it was a violation, and that's what I'm going to uphold. $600 fine, due within 30 days.
Thank you.
So what was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the outcome.
It's a $600 fine for the total of the 3 days. If it comes back again as a repeat violation, it could be up to $500 a day.
So how do I appeal this? Because I don't understand why, where does the proof that there has to be proof to be in violation? Where's the proof of me taking in money for my friends being, and my other question is this, sir, just, for the magistrate. So I'm not allowed to have people at my house hanging out and working out. Is that the law?
No.
What is the law against that?
Conducting a business without the required business tax license. We've also spoke over the phone previously.
Okay,
before.
so if I take my business license off my house.
Let me finish. So when we spoke over the phone before, you also asked the question as to, well, what if I was having a party every day? I would say that you would also need a license for that as well. So if you don't have a license to conduct a gym-based business at your home, you're in violation of the city ordinance.
There's no gym-based business, but my question is this. If I were to take this business license and dissolve it, right? And now I have friends hanging out and working out at my house, my neighbors, there's 0 cars there. 2 of us are working out at my house. You're telling me I'm now going to be in violation of the law and have to pay fines there?
Sir, we're not.
Is that the law?
Sir, we're not answering hypothetical questions not related to this case, and the magistrate has already issued his ruling.
Well, ma'am, the ruling states that if it happens again, I will be imposed a fine. So I'm trying to make sure I know what is the law that the fines will be imposed. So now if I take the business, I don't want to be fined. I'm being fined already, unlawfully, unjustly, I think. And now if I want to go forward and able to have, what if me and my wife are working out at my house and there's a picture taken by somebody that's driving by, because my neighbor is using the city as a pawn and does not like me and keeps calling on me, does that make me in violation? I need to know this going forward.
Sir, again, you can take this discussion offline. This is not the forum, which is hearings on specific enforcement cases. If you have specific and multiple hypotheticals that need answering, I suggest that you reach out to the supervisor or the director of code compliance to go through all the different hypotheticals you'd like to pose so you can make sure that you're in compliance.
So I'm being fined for something I did not do, correct? That's the answer.
You're being fined
There's
for
no-
the, excuse me, you're being fined for the evidence presented to me for the different vehicles at different times and the violations witnessed by the inspector. The case is concluded. Thank you. Next, please.
Next case, page 20. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23070205, case address 3250 Jackson Boulevard. Owner Miriam B. Smith Trust and Derek Smith Trustee. Posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23. Good afternoon, Mr. Hamilton. Will you please raise your right hand?
Sure.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, Rachel.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number and that was read in previously for property located at 3250 Jackson Boulevard. The initial inspection was conducted on July 8th, 23, and the following violation was observed. 18-12 which is complied. There was overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or swell.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. The grass is overgrown at this property. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 23030086. This case will be scheduled for a special magistrate hearing, whether or not the property comes into compliance. A total of 4 subsequent inspections were conducted at this property until compliance was met. The city is requesting that the recurring violation be read into the records as a finding of fact.
Okay. Yes, sir. Any questions? Your name and address?
Name is Scott Hamilton. Address is 3250 Jackson Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, 33312.
What's your relation to the properties?
Family member. I'm the property representative.
Okay, so this has been complied now. The lawn has been cut. You do not want this to come back. The fines will become much more strict if it comes back.
Correct.
Stand.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
Thanks.
yes, we've spent a lot of money fixing up this property. Now, would like to also note for the record that, you know, the landscape was completely done over with new sod. That was a violation before, so we got that corrected. And of course, with all the rain, and also we decided to put down Bahia grass, which I understand is more drought resistant. So it seems to grow a lot faster, but not as thick as a St. Augustine. So that's just something I wanted to share with the court as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23070206, case address 1071 Tennessee Avenue, owner William Robert Whitsett. Property posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Looks like don't mess with me.
What did you? Katrina's picture.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh. Does she look guilty to you? That's a judgment.
Judge Guthrie.
Who are we waiting on?
The guest.
William, start your video.
William, will you please start your video? We're doing good.
How many more respondents do we have?
3. After him. 4.
Yeah.
Oh, 3. Yeah, 3 after him. Mr. Whitsett, would you please start your video? And then you. He's there.
Doesn't look like him.
Okay, how's that? Will it work now?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Okay, let me try that. I had to unmute it, but it's just got my name up there.
Yes.
Now you need your photo.
I sent that in.
No, we need to see your face.
Video.
We need to see your, we need to
I
see.
don't know how to turn it on. I've never done this before.
Should be right next to the, where you unmuted.
Oh, okay, I see it. I see it. It kept telling me to do that, but I couldn't see it. It's like dark.
That's that button.
Julio.
What is that one? I don't know. It's not working.
You describe the icon to him.
I'm gonna send him a link. To start the video.
Okay, you're gonna be sent a link so that you can start the video.
Okay. And, okay.
Accept
It
that.
says start my video, but it's still,
Yes,
it's not
accept.
coming up on the
Did you
bottom of it.
accept it? Did you accept it?
Yes, I pushed the green button.
As a panelist.
Then we can skip him and have him try joining you again.
Okay, we're gonna go to the next respondent and we'll come back to you, sir.
Okay.
Why don't you get out and then try to log back in, and maybe that'll hopefully solve the problem, if you don't mind.
Okay, well, I've been watching this from the very beginning all day long, so.
Awesome. Okay. We'll see. Hopefully it'll work, and we'll come back to you, sir.
Okay, thank you much.
Thank you.
The next case is also on page 21, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230700726, case address 710 Southwest 38th Avenue, owner Claudette Beambridge, posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Inspector Rachel Moore from.
I
know. See if we get lucky on this one.
Right.
Only 3 left. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
Oh, okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting a case for the property that was read in by Ms. Blue. A complaint was received for this property on 7/25/23, and an inspection was conducted the same day. The following violation was observed. 18-12 which is now complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property, and or swell. The rear of this property is overgrown. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 221000656, and will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not the property comes into compliance. A total of 3 subsequent inspections were conducted at the property until compliance was actually met. The city is requesting that the recurring violation be read into the records as a finding of fact.
Okay, tell us your name and address, please.
Claudette Bainbridge, 1530 Sheridan Avenue, Bronx, New York, 10457.
Thank you. The inspector is saying it's in compliance, but it's happened before. And if it comes again, it could be what's called a repeat violation. And the fine for a repeat violation is immediate when it's discovered, and it could be $500 or more per day. So you want to stay on top of this, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's what we'll do. I'm doing what's called a finding of fact, meaning they've proven to me that the case was out of compliance, but it's now in compliance, so you're good. You just don't want it to happen again, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You
You
too.
Okay,
Thank
bye-bye.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Did William come back? I don't think you know who wrote it.
This guy, right?
Yeah, better hear.
I need to talk to him.
No.
He's gonna come back. You need that guy.
Okay, next case, page 24. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230702117, case address 812 West Dayton Circle. Owner George L. Bynes, posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Did he decline, can you tell him to accept it?
Mr. Bynes, you're declining the request. Could you please accept the request? Mhm. Is he still declining?
Nothing yet.
Does he have to join as a panelist?
Decline it again.
Mr. Vines, you'll need to join as a panelist. Do not decline, join as a panelist.
Fine again.
And did William come back?
No, he didn't come back yet.
Okay, Julio, we'll have to table you until.
Yeah, let's just, I guess, go through. Those are the last.
We have one.
Oh, two more?
They came in after. Both are Julio's, aren't they?
What is it, 49?
I want to do page 27 first.
It's my sibling. You have to flip over everyone.
Next case, page 27. Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons. Supervisor Julio Davila presenting case number CE 230800925, case address 2649 Gulf Stream Lane, owner JRM Property Management LLC. This case was cited 8/26/23 to comply by 8/26/23. One section complied at $250. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 9/10/23. Citation appeal was received.
Julio Davila.
This is page 27.
Jumping in there.
Hello,
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right
good
hand?
afternoon.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
That's right.
All right, Julio Davila, compliance supervisor, on behalf of Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons. The property was inspected on August 26, 2023, in reference to a complaint that was received, and the following violation was observed. 17-7.1.8, there's amplified sound coming from this residential property, which is outside of the permissible limits. Sound was being played that could be heard from more than 50 feet away before 10 p.m. This violation is irreparable and reversible in nature, and the city is seeking $250 fine. At about 20:47 hours, inspector arrived at the property responding to Q alert number 1109-294 regarding loud music and a party. Upon investigation, he did hear overhear the violation such as amplified sound. At that time, he took a video for 60 seconds from 50 feet away from the property line as evidence that the violation existed during the inspection. He spoke with Casey, who was a family friend, because the owner was not available, informed them of the complaint and the existing violation. And the citation, the aforementioned citation was issued as well.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Katie. I was the one who received the inspector. The inspector arrived 8:45, 8:46, if I'm not mistaken. The party was for the owner of the property bought the property last year. She just used it twice a year, like for 2-3 weeks. She was pregnant. She did a baby shower, and they had a speaker for the games, for the baby shower games. But it wasn't. The party was finishing at 8 at 9. It was about to finish. So after 9, they turn off everything. So that's why I'm come here to you to see if we can waive the citation. They didn't give us a warning. It was a normal party. It wasn't like a crazy party.
Okay, well, it's for noise that disrupts a neighborhood before 10 o'clock. So that's the fine for $250.
It was at 8:45, Your Honor. Not 10. 10 it was already 9. It was already done.
Yeah, before 10 o'clock, it was too loud before 10 o'clock under the city law. So it's
I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to tell you. I didn't know about those regulations. Honestly, we didn't do it in any to hurt any neighbors or to affect anyone. It was just a baby shower party. That's why the owner couldn't assist today, because she had the baby the 30th, and she didn't look good. She's just in the hospital still in New Jersey.
It's unfortunate, but she owes a fine of $250 for a baby shower that was too much. You got 30 days.
Sorry.
30 days to pay it.
There's no waiver.
No. Noise is not something you just forget. It's called irreparable. You can't take it back.
In addition to this, Lawrence had also a citation appeal fee for $175. 75.
So what am I doing?
In addition to that.
An additional $75.
For what?
For the appeal fee.
Because under the ordinance, if there's an appeal that is not successful, the city is entitled to an additional $75.
$250 plus 75?
Yes, sir.
That's why I came here. That's why I came here to see if you can do something in regards to it, because the property is empty the majority of the time. It's not consistent, you know. I don't want to see if it.
Hold on, I will reduce it to 150, but she still owes to 75. So 150 plus 75 is 225. It saves her a little money, but it's better than 325 that she would have otherwise owed. That's my ruling. I have to move on.
I appreciate it, June. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Next case, page 5. Inspector Robert Frock, Supervisor Julio Davila, presenting case number CE 2303056, case address 837 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 837 NFLBB LLC. This is serviced by appearance and posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
What was it?
It's the top case.
The top case, yeah.
Oh, the turtle.
And he's the one that tried to join.
You can drop them off the screen.
But usually we have to see his face. Good afternoon.
Hello,
Mr.
good morning.
Moore. Will you please raise
Good
your right?
afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, will you
Yes,
please raise
ma'am.
your right? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do swear.
For compliance, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting the case as read. And behalf of Inspector Robert Kroc. The property was first inspected on March 16th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 6-51 subsection 1, there's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. The TVs in the balcony area are illuminated
illuminating onto the beach and need to be turned off or removed during sea turtle season. And section 6-51 subsection 3, there's artificial light that is illuminating the unincorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale that are in reference to signs in the front of the building on the property facing south that can be seen from the beach. The commercial sign illuminates onto the beach area. The sign needs to be amber or turned off during sea turtle season. A copy of the inspection report was posted and mailed, and a copy was mailed to the property owner of record on BCPA, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. The violation remains as depicted in the photos per the last inspection that was performed. Also for the record, per section 6-53, if the magistrate finds that the violation exists and is entered against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notice the violation in writing that the external sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that a fine may be assessed against the violator with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season on October 31st, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of the external lighting sources shall be recovered for the persons causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimburse the city at the time of the sale of the property. The city is requesting 10 business days to comply, or a fine of $100 per day until the end of sea turtle season, or until the violation is in compliance.
Fine of what, $100?
Yes, sir. 10 days, 10 business days, or $100
Fix it to the end of the month.
per day. Correct,
They have to get
until,
some reasonable time to do it, right?
until it's complied, or until,
Can I give less time than that?
the end of the.
No?
With the ordinance,
Yeah.
that he stated, give them 10 days because, a minimum of 10 days because
Okay.
of the fact that the
Okay.
city can go in and actually abate it afterwards if not compliant.
All right, can you tell us your name and address, sir?
Yes, sir. Gareth Moore, 521 Southeast 8th Avenue, Pompano, Florida, 33060.
What's your relationship with the property?
One of the owners, sir.
Okay, so it's still turtle season. You've got to take this
Yes, sir.
seriously. Any of
Yes,
these
sir.
cases, any of these cases that come before me or the other magistrate are taken very seriously because this is
Yes, sir.
an issue need to be protected. So you've got 10 days to
Yes,
fix
sir.
this, or $100 day fine will start. The season is over. The
So,
31st.
sir, yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And I just have, sorry, sir, I just have a question or two when possible.
Yes. Go ahead.
So firstly, our understanding of this, there was one new television, if you go back on the pictures, there's only been one new television added on that balcony that was in question that is in closer proximity to the beach. So we didn't know if this was, if you see on the top, the far left television, we didn't know if this was strictly related to that television, but certainly no issue in having the television turned off by a certain time there. And I'm sorry, that is a flat screen projector that has been there. We purchased this property in December this past year, December 2022. That has been there for, a decade plus, but it must be a matter of the timing that it's shut off at night. So we're certainly happy to comply with that if we can get clear instruction on that. As far as the sign, the McSorley sign, and that has been there, for a decade plus. The previous owner had mentioned to us that he went through extensive troubles in past with the sea turtle regulations, but also making sure that this was an acceptable spectrum of light, that he had spent money on studies and gone through violations with this in past, and that spectrum of light with the McSorley's logo and also the amber lining on the patio is in full compliance, and that there's documentation to that effect, and that he's gone through this in past. So we're just getting used to a few situations of this nature as new owners. We certainly want to be as compliant as possible and realize that this is an important location on the beach, but just seeking some guidance on that from the committee panel.
Mr. Magistrate, Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Anytime that the light illuminates on the beach is considered a violation. McSorley's was previously cited before And we have been in communication with them in previous sea turtle lighting, seasons as well. Usually how they end up complying out is because it goes until the end of sea turtle nesting season, and then on October 31st, the violation is no longer there because we're out of the season until March again. But McSorley's was previously cited before, but by all means, he can provide any information that he wants to show that they were in compliance at what time, and we can look at that going forward. But as of now, the violation still exists and it's still illuminating on the beach.
We recommend probably
Right.
amber, the McSorley sign. Yeah, we would recommend, sir, since you're seeking
Yes.
guidance, we would recommend for the McSorley sign to be ambered. We see that you have done some of that in the interior, downstairs.
Amber lighting doesn't necessarily mean that.
But the proper amber lighting that wouldn't illuminate on the beach.
And I will go back for clarification, and I know that there has been documentation, but that green McSorley's sign for the last 10 years has been lit up through turtle season, that has not been shut off and making it look like the business is closed or empty there. So we're getting hit with multiple occurrences where this is being brought up fresh with us as new owners, but it wasn't an issue last year, for example, what that sign was going last year. So our understanding is that there were studies done and it is within the correct spectrum. It's a green light, not a white light. So that sounds like an unusual one. The television's certainly not an issue there. And if we can confirm the time that they need to be shut off by, we will see to that. But we're very confused on the wording as far as the signage.
The green light is not it's not an approved lighting for FWC. But at any time, the new whether you're a previous owner or the new owner, you can request to meet with us, and our inspectors have no problem with meeting on the property. No one has asked for us to actually meet on the property with our inspectors. It's just coming forward now that it's at a special magistrate hearing. But prior to this hearing, when it was first cited, you could have requested a meeting on site for engineering, when we did mention that.
So what does he do now to comply rather than full side? Just turn that TV off at what time of night?
Whenever, at the set of.
At sunset?
At sunset.
So sunset, turn that projection TV off for the time being until you meet with the city.
Yes.
For the McSorley sign, what does he need to do? Because that identifies it. You need to turn that off for 12 days?
I'm sorry, I couldn't fully hear that, sir.
It sounds like you might have to turn off the ID sign for 12 days. And then work with the city to see if you're correct about the spectrum, but I'm not sure you are. I wouldn't know, but they're willing to meet with you. They don't want to interrupt or impair your business, but it's still an issue for turtle season.
Yep, we can have an inspection this Thursday. We have night inspectors that start from Thursday, Sunday. So an inspector can meet on property, on site at the property on this Thursday. So you're still within your 10-day compliance time.
That'd be at night, I presume, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so somebody will meet, but they meet with this gentleman? Or who would they meet with?
They will meet with one of our night inspectors or either our
Who they meet there?
gentlemen.
Yeah, it's up to him. We can meet with him. Or, yeah, we can meet with him if he wants or whomever.
You're asking
Yes.
him.
Yes, I would request that, please. Yes.
Will you be there this coming Thursday?
Yes, I can be there this coming Thursday. Yes, sir. And turning off that sign would have a significant impact on the business. It would make it seem like our operations are closed. But my last question would just be where I could reference what the actual code is on the lighting spectrum during turtle season, just so we can understand that ourselves and be in full compliance. Is there direct guidelines on that available that I can reference? Or maybe have emailed to me?
Yeah, the ordinance is that on your magistrate violation notice that tells you what violation, which ordinance you're in violation of. But you can also go on FWC, Florida Wildlife, website as well, to see the different lighting fixtures that you can have there that for compliance measures. But again, it's the more we can meet with you, like offline, outside of this, and outside of the magistrate, to let you know what you need to do in order to come into compliance within your 10 days.
Okay. And yes.
Okay. All right, so I can be there.
Okay,
Thursday
and
night.
will you be reaching will you be reaching out by phone or by email to confirm your appointment time on Thursday?
Which one did he, on the citation, who did he?
That's Croc.
Yeah, it's Robert. Yeah, we can reach out. Yeah, we can reach out by either one. I mean, we can, what's better for you, email? Can you call back?
Phone would be good. I could provide phone number.
Could you respond to Inspector Croc? Croc is the one who was on your notice as well. It will have his email and his phone number on there. You can reach out to him via the email and phone number that's on your notice of violation. And he will arrange the time that he can meet you at the property on Thursday. So the inspector's information is on the notice.
Okay.
We have your number as well, so.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Okay, that'll be all. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. We're going back to page 24 to see if we can get George Bynes back in.
Page 24.
Keep on.
Yeah. He's in.
Reach out.
Page 24, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230700217, case address 812 West Dayton Circle, owner George L. Bynes, posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Hello?
Hello, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Hello, good evening. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
It's afternoon. Oh, okay.
Sir.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number for the property that has already been read in by Ms. Blue. The initial inspection was conducted on July 9th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 18-12 parentheses A, which is complied. However, there was an overgrowth of trash, rubbish, and debris on the property. There is trash and debris scattered on the west side of the home. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 19021-964 that will be scheduled for magistrate whether or not the violation is complied. Let's see, 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1 is complied. Section 25 parentheses 4 is also complied. And 9-304 parentheses B, which is complied. However, there were vehicle or trailers parked on the grass lawn area. A white Mitsubishi and a bluish gray Cadillac sedan were parked on the lawn of this property. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 19042-516 that will be scheduled for a special magistrate whether or not the violation is complied. And violation 47-39.A.1 parentheses 7 parentheses A1, which is also complied. A total of 4 subsequent inspections were conducted at the property until compliance was met. At this time, the city is requesting that the recurring violations be read into the records as a finding of fact.
Can you tell us your name, sir?
My name is George Bynes. You need my address?
Yes, go ahead, please.
153 Ventnor J, Deerfield Beach, Florida, 33442.
So fortunately, all your violations have been complied. However, some have happened in the past and they've been recurring, meaning repeating.
Understand, I get notice of that. The code enforcer says she sent it. She didn't send it to 153. Prior, I had a mailbox in the area, zip code was 33312, and I always check that, so I got nothing. But I did get I did sign for the certified letter, and also got the mailing, direct mailing of this particular letter. I didn't get any of the other violations. The thing with the truck is, initially when these are tenants, when they moved in, they said they were going to use the truck to move their stuff into the house. And I told them I don't allow commercial vehicles on my property. So they lied about that. So, and also I called because the truck is wrapped in some company's logo, which I have I don't own any part of that company. And I reached out, I had a friend of mine reach out to that company and to find out what do they allow their workers to bring their company vehicles, because I don't allow anyone to park on my property. And the gentleman only wanted to know where it was located. He wasn't concerned about that. So that wrapping you see on those trucks has nothing to do with me. Now, the other stuff with the trash being there, the tenants don't know when to put stuff out. We tell them, they don't follow up. Now, if anything's overgrown, I've taken care of that. I painted the house, and that area in the front, you see where that planter is, it was bare for a while. I took care of that. And I also took care of the fences and all that other stuff. Now, these cars, I was getting complaints from the neighbor to the left. If you're looking at the front of the house, the neighbor to the left with the gray house was complaining that they were having parties and parking cars in that left part of the swale and impeding his property also. So I spoke to them about that. Now, I spoke to them about not parking the vehicles. So if they do it at night when I'm not there, I can't see. But I went past Wednesday and I saw that pickup still parked there. And I also saw that big truck. It was not in the driveway. It was on the street facing north. They didn't. So they say they won't bring it, but they're there at lunch or whatever. I can't tell them not to come home for lunch. I can't tell them not to drive the owner's vehicle if he allows them to do it. But I don't allow anyone to park anything on my property. I don't. So I don't know what's going on.
The way the code works is, it's not the tenant's responsibility to comply. It's the property owner who has to make sure his or her tenants comply. Because the property.
Okay, I understand.
Hold on, because the property owner under state law and city ordinance is responsible for the property, whether it's something or not. So you're gonna be responsible for what they do if they violate the law. The fines go to you. So you wanna do, hold on, so make sure they don't repeat it, because if any of these things repeat, it's a $500 a day minimum fine as soon as the city sees a violation of any one of these violations.
I understand. So how am I gonna know if it's repeat if I have to go by there and sit outside the house?
You're gonna have to, if these tenants are not doing what you told them to do and you notice they're not doing it, you need to do what you wanna do as a landlord. That may need to evict them if they don't do what they're doing, but.
Okay, that's no problem, because that's no problem. Now, this man with this truck that's wrapped, he has the right to do business in South Florida, but he can park his trucks anywhere he so desires. I guess.
In the neighborhood. It's not in the neighborhood.
Well, he's so I mean his number and the name of his company is right on these pictures. And I reached out to him. I found his address, and I had a friend reach out to him because I don't want to antagonize anyone. But he's not concerned about that. He's only concerned about what house is that, you know? So he probably has these vehicles, parked wherever they can park them. But I understand.
Yeah, be parked in this neighborhood.
For the record, magistrate, the truck that was not in compliance is the commercial vehicle, which is annexed area. And
it's what?
An annexed area, which, anything over 5,000 pounds or more cannot be parked in the residential area. So that is the truck that was actually cited, not the four-wheel pickup truck.
Okay.
Okay, that's understood. Understood. I don't have a problem with that. So, like I said, I went past on Wednesday, and I saw the pickup in the driveway, but the big truck that you see now that you have on this picture was parked on the street facing, north. So, I guess I'll just have to get rid of them. But I understand. Understood. But I did take care of my property, not run down. Go ahead.
You can't be parked on the street either, right?
No, the big commercial
truck cannot be in the neighborhood.
Right. That one can't be
on the property or on the.
I have no control over the street. Now I don't want them parking anywhere near my property, but that's where it was. It was on the street blocking traffic wherever they park it.
Yeah, that's the case, but I've never witnessed a pickup truck on the street. I've never seen a truck
That's an option for them. Be up to the.
Okay, well,
Inside.
have the tenant apply, so it doesn't get this property owner in trouble. So everything's in compliance. Please don't let it recur. If you get any one of them, could be a repeat violation with a very severe fine, which we don't want to do. You've done a good job in complying. Please stay on top of them or get tenants that are responsible for you.
Just for the record, if that pickup truck happens to weigh more than 5,000 pounds, then it would also be in violation.
Okay, did you hear that?
Yes, I hear it. I hear what he's saying.
All right, so I'm doing what's called a finding of fact, meaning they show these violations occurred, but they're now currently in compliance, and there are no fines at this point.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Did the one gentleman ever come back?
Is that the William? Is that William? Let's see who he is. Let's see who he is. What page is William on?
Exactly.
Turn it on.
Yeah, Mr. Whitstead. Page 20.
Is he there? Good afternoon. Can you tell us your name, please?
You just muted right now.
Sir, could you please unmute your phone?
Mr. Whitstead, is that you? Could you please, the caller, could you please identify yourself and unmute yourself?
They're still on there?
They're still on there, but
Let me see if I can call him.
they're still muted in the video.
914.
It is?
William.
Yeah.
I knew it was.
6376. I'm trying to call his phone.
What? It's William.
What do we do with William? He's technically challenged like I am. So.
We can, okay. We can.
Oh. William and I can get along. Both be mystified. We look at the.
But I'm trying to reach you.
You know, most of the judges.
Hello, William?
Yeah.
We're trying, yes, we were trying to get you to unmute your mic.
Well, I tried it. It told me to do *6 and it wouldn't do it.
All right, what do we do here to get this picture?
We have to get him in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to be able to see you on the video.
Okay, well, for some reason that didn't work. Like I said, I've been watching the meeting all day long and waiting for my time. So, yeah.
Do we want to postpone it to the next hearing?
Sir, can we, is it okay if we postpone you to the next hearing? Will you be able to come in person?
Is it just a?
I'm hoping so. When is the next hearing?
Is it just finding the fact the action first and then come by?
It's no, we're requesting, it's a repeat, yeah.
You need fines?
The next hearing is what date, Lauren? Lauren?
November 14th.
November 14th.
Okay. I will make myself available. I haven't been available for quite a while, so I need to be available and get that done. So it's crazy.
Sir, if we can suggest, maybe you make contact with the inspector, because again, off the record, not officially, you're not in compliance. And so we are gonna, I guess, have to move you to the next hearing since we are unable to see you. But since this is a repeat violation, you want to definitely try to get with your inspector as soon as you can, so you can get your property into compliance, please.
Okay, so who is the inspector?
It's on the notice that you received.
I'll give you a call, Mr. Wilson, after we're done here, okay?
Inspector Moore will give you a call when she's done with the hearing.
Okay, well, okay, that works fine.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
Appreciate it. Thanks for your patience.
Bye-bye.
bye.
All right, I'm ready when you are, your honor.
Oh. We have a bunch of these things to do.
Just the non-respondents.
Do I need like 3 minutes?
It's your call. It's your call.
It's what I need to do. It's what I do.
Yeah. Next case, page 2, Inspector Paulette Del Grosso. You're presenting this one?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, Supervisor Stephanie Bass presenting case number CE 230803880. Case address 643 Northeast 18th Avenue, owner Good Service Realty Inc. in care of Ingenborg Leatherberry. Posted at property 92323, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Supervisor Stephanie Bass presenting case CE 230803880 643 Northeast 18th Avenue. On behalf of Inspector Del Grosso. The property was initially inspected by myself, Supervisor Bass, and Area Officer, Inspector Del Grosso on August the 10th, and was cited for the following violations. Violation 9-280G, there is an air conditioning unit on the front second level that has its screen off and foam insulation underneath it. Violation 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained and they need a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the rear and side yards of the front brick flower boxes and neglected with creeping vines on the exterior of the landscaping.
Do we have photos? Okay, sorry.
Creeping vines.
Okay, here we go.
Violation 1812A, there is trash and debris on site in the driveway as well as the fence line, a large screen item. Violation 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. Violation 24-27B, there's waste containers left in the driveway overnight, collection and date and not pulled back to approved location. We usually don't take these type of violations, but this violation was taken to a magistrate because of the way the property is made and because also they have dogs on the property that would not allow the inspector to be able to pull it back to an approved location. So there was nothing that could have been corrected by the inspector. 9-306, exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia soffit and balconies. And yes, this property does have a balcony, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Awnings are stained and dirty as well. Violation 6-7, there are noxious odors on their premises as a result of animal feces and urine. Yeah. Violation 6-34, that's a kennel on premise not being maintained in compliance with applicable zoning and license provisions per the city code because there's more than 3 dogs located on the premises, which will require a kennel license, and which is this property is not zoned for. So the city the inspection was conducted on August 12th, August 26th, September the 11th, and the last inspection was conducted on September the 26th. And all the violations remain. On September 28th, the tenants, because this is a rented property, it is an elderly lady that owns the property, but she's actually renting the property out. But they did contact and reach out to Inspector Del Grosso on September 28th, asking for additional time for compliance. However, I was there for the initial inspection and made it clear what the violations were because this is continuing violation that the neighbors are complaining about. So they were aware of what needs to be done. So for section 9-280G, because of the way that the air conditioning unit is made, the city is asking for 35 days to comply or $50 a day thereafter. For section 9-305B, the city is asking for 35 days to comply or $50 a day thereafter. For 1812A, the city is asking for 10 days to comply or $50 a day thereafter. For section 9-280H1, the city is asking for 35 days to comply or $50 a day thereafter. For 2427B, the city is asking for 72 hours to comply or $50 a day thereafter. For section 9-306, the city is asking for 35 days to comply or $50 a day thereafter. For 6-7, the city is asking for 10 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter. And for 6-34, the city is asking for 10 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, so if I impose fines, it's gonna affect the lady who's the owner, right?
It is, but this property was previously cited some years ago, and for whatever odd reason, the owner never reaches out to come into compliance. So it's not like she's reaching out to the city asking for additional time. She's aware of the tenants that she has residing there, and that the neighbors have complained about this property because the property is kept in its original state. She's done nothing to upkeep the property or do anything to the property.
How many
Since it's been
dogs are on
rented
the
out.
property?
It's 4 dogs, so it's more than 3.
Look like pit bull things, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I would increase the fine for the animal, but I don't want to hurt the lady.
No. That's the reason why, yeah.
Recommendation.
that was the reason why I said the 35 days for the violations that may need a little longer time to
Right,
comply,
right.
but as far as,
Well,
which will be
yeah.
on her. But as far as the dogs being removed and the noxious odors, those are things that the tenants can address and they know that they were supposed to address.
Okay, what was the last one? The penalty?
It was for 10 days or $100 a day.
Okay, it's ordered as the each request.
Thank you. Magistrate.
Next case, page 3, case number CE 230803226, case address 1810 Southwest 14th Court. This case is complied. Next
Whatever,
case,
leave that one then.
that's the one on the bottom is complied.
Oh, okay.
I don't, yeah, first one's already complied.
All right.
Next case, page 4, case number CE 23060900692 Southwest 25th Avenue is also complied. Next case, page 8, case number CE 230703222. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case address 448 Northwest 21st Avenue. Owner Frank Orphy, posted at property 92123, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Good morning again. Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. The property was inspected on 7/12/23 and the following violations were observed. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash and debris on this vacant lot and or swale. This is a reoccurring violation. Previous case number CE 230400162 and CE 22110495. A notice of public nuisance was posted on the lot on 7/12/23. I re-inspected the property on 7/24/23 and it had been cut by the owner. Notice of hearing was posted on 9/21/23. This case is being brought to the special magistrate due to the reoccurring nature of this violation for a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Thank you.
The next case, also page 8, case number CE 230700357, case address 446 North Andrews Avenue. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 9, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 230800787, case address 4 Northwest 7th Avenue. Owner Advantis MCA Flagler Triangle LLC, posted at property 92023, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
4 Northwest and 7th Street. Gus Caracas for the city of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 230800787 for the property located at 4 Northwest 7th Street. This property was cited on August 22nd and cited for the following violations. 9-306, the exterior building wall has not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior perimeter wall that have stained and missing cleaning paint. There's also graffiti on the exterior walls that need to be removed or painted over. 18-12, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and on its swale, including but not limited to the area surrounding the property sidewalk, swale, right of way on Northwest First Avenue. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner on BCP, to the new property owner on BCPA via first class mail on August 22nd, allowing 14 days to come into compliance. As of today, Your Honor, no contact has been made with the new property owner. Special magistrate request form sent on September 6th for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on October 5th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations have not been brought into compliance. City's asking the following: 9-306, 35 days, 18-12, 10 days. To come into compliance, or a daily fine of $100 for each of the violation that exists, and photos were submitted into record for evidence.
Next case, also page 9, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 230700311, case address 400 Southwest First Avenue, owner BJ Birdie Properties LLC, personal service on 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Good afternoon, sir. City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number C 23070311. for the property located at 400 Southwest First Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on July 11th and cited for the following violation: 47-22-9. Sign has been erected without the required permits from the city of Fort Lauderdale. Large banner advertising for office rental or leasing side of the building without a permit. Courtesy notice was mailed to the address listed on BCPA on July 11th, allowing 20 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property manager. Special magistrate request form sent on September 12th and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was on October 5th. And pictures were presented here, were taken to confirm the violation still exists. The city's requesting the following: 35 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists, and photos submitted into record for evidence.
You want to give them that much time?
Yes, sir. My understanding is that they require a professional to come out there because that is attached to the wall.
Okay, so we're.
Yes.
That's it. Next case, page 11, Inspector Karen Proto, Supervisor Julio Davila, presenting case number CE 230609997, case address 2680 Northwest 21st Court, owner Mabel J. McCoy, posted at property 91823, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Lord Davila, compliance supervisor, presenting on behalf of Inspector Karen Proto, reference to the aforementioned property and case. The property was inspected on July 2nd, 2023, and the following violations were observed. There were areas being stored outside of the property, such as, but not limited to, mattress, furniture, appliances, and other miscellaneous items that are creating a public nuisance. It was being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested by or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens and endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a recurring violation, reference to case number CE 2204-1017, and this case is being brought before the magistrate, whether or not it has come into compliance. Inspection was posted, report was posted on July 2nd, 2023. Reinspection of the property was conducted on 7/23/23. Notice of hearing was posted on 9/18/2023. And as of the pre-hearing inspection on 10/8/23, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days or $25 per day thereafter.
Why so low?
It's owner occupied property. Usually we go a little bit lower when it's a homestead or owner occupied property.
A lot of stuff out there.
And they're not here.
Well, you would, but more than likely, yeah, we can raise it if you so.
Yes, sir. To the two women included, did they have to be removed too? All right. 35 days, $100.
Next case, page 13, case number CE 230500914, case address 1900 North Federal Highway. This case is being withdrawn. Also on page 13, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 230700686, case address 6700 Northeast 21st Drive, owner Matthew Curran, posted at property 92623, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230700686, address 6700 Northeast 21st Drive. This case first was cited on July 25th, 2023 for the following violation: 9-305A. There is growth of landscape material along with an accumulated of leaves encroaching upon the public right of way. There is a large, tall hedge on the south swell area. The hedges are encroaching onto the sidewalk and street. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on October 8th, 2023, and the following violations remain: 9-305A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply, or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So we
We have to open the photos.
I'm sorry?
The photos?
Just that one.
Oh, it's just that one?
To accept them?
Okay.
Oh, it should be more.
Okay. Accepted.
Next case, page 14. Inspector Robert Crock, case number CE 230607761, case address 3120 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner 3114-20 East Sunrise Boulevard LLC, posted at property 92123, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Did we have a response? We had a response for it? No, 37. Full Compliance Supervisor Hulu Dabla presenting on behalf of Inspector Robert Crock. This property was first inspected on June 22nd, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 6-51 subsection 1. There is artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. The lights are very bright on the inside of the store. The lights are also not shielded or amber in color. A copy of the inspection report was posted and mailed to the owner of record on BCPA, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. As also for the record, per section 6-53, if the manager finds that the violation exists and is entering against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or a fine may be assessed against the violator, that with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season on October 31st or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of the external lighting source shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of the sale of property. The city is requesting 10 business days to comply, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter, or until the end of sea turtle season, or until violation is in compliance.
So we're
Next case, also page 14, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 230708661, case address 1032 Northwest 8th Avenue, owner AFMX LLC, posted at property 92623, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale presenting case CE 2307081, address 1032 Northwest 8th Avenue. This case was first cited on July 28th, 2023 for the following violation. 9-304B has complied. 18-4C complied. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its well. 47-20.20.H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There is oil stains and striping is faded and the wheel stops are stained and dirty. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on October 8th, 2023, and the following violations remain. 18-12A, 47-20.20.H as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for 18-12A and 63 days for violation 47-20.20.H to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day for each violation thereafter.
So we're
No photos?
Your Honor, I think if we can't get the photos, we're gonna have to move the case to the next hearing.
Are there any
Well,
pictures?
there's no evidence, Your Honor. I mean, there's the inspector's testimony, of course, but there's no photographic evidence. Can't open. The format's unsupported.
got to share the for our. I didn't try to open.
Yeah, I think we should maybe get them out of the chair at dry.
It's 23-07-0861.
I think they're there, but they're showing like roughly.
There was?
23-07.
Oh, so then if the file's corrupted, yeah, Your Honor, the city would request that we continue this matter to the next.
It's like, I'm sorry, this is checking the shared drive.
Okay.
Corrupted on USB only.
Oh, okay.
First submitted.
Okay, we'll see. if we
We
can-
still have them there. Or if not, I mean, you can go into the case file. And then just a lot better than postponing it, I think, or no.
It's your call.
I mean, it's your call, but
Just
Got
have
it.
it decided and get everything, you know, what I mean?
well, you want to pass this case and let's,
What we got there? That's
I
it?
mean,
They need to be up there.
yeah.
Well, if,
Well, we can,
can it,
can. Right, like the record state that the magistrate's being shown the proper evidence on the photos on record.
Okay, I can accept it. Photo, right?
Yeah, if Pat's got the photos on his computer.
here we go,
Oh,
here we go.
thank
Oh,
goodness,
very good.
okay,
Shared drive.
better.
Ooh, shared
All
Better.
right. This will be taking more here, this is for.
This is,
Over.
well, this is, yes, 18
And
12
parking
A
facilities.
and the park.
Okay.
Okay.
How's it get accepted, so what is?
Right. Think you're up again, Gail. Next case, page 17. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 23070038, case address 1720 Northeast 55th Street. Owner Nina Krim, posted at property 92623, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23070038, address 1720 Northeast 55th Street. This case was first cited on July 11, 2023, for the following violation: 24-27B complied. Violation 9-304B, the driveway was observed as being worn with cracks throughout and faded. Violation 9-306 complied. Violation 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The wooden fence to the backyard was observed as warped and leaning into the adjoining property. On the north side of the property, the wooden fence is torn down with several missing wooden slats, and fence is also deteriorated. Violation 18-12A complied. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on October 8, 2023, and the following violations remain: 9-305-4B and 9-280H.1 as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a daily fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter. Thank you.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23010520. Case address 2761 Southwest 2nd Street, owner NBA Entertainment Group, Inc., posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number for the property, which was read in by Ms. Blue. The initial inspection was conducted on 1/19/23, and the following violations were observed. Violation, the first one is 9-304 parentheses B, which was withdrawn. 9-305 parentheses B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swell of this property. The next one is 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1. The fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. 18-12 parentheses A. There is overgrowth, trash, and rubbish on this property
2761.
and where it's swell.
Keep going, Rachel.
Okay, so 24-7 parentheses B was complied, abated by the city. A total of 13 subsequent inspections were conducted at this property. As a pre-hearing inspection on 10/8/23, the violations remain. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or pay $100 per violation per day thereafter.
Next case, page 19. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23060265, case address 1001 Arizona Avenue, owner Rosalind Y. Jackson, posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and for the property read in by Ms. Blue. Violation 9-363 was withdrawn as of 10/9/23. Violation 18-12 parentheses A, there is overgrowth, trash, and rubbish and debris on this property and or its swell. 9-306, the exterior walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing / peeling paint. And violation 18-1, which was complied on 10/8/23. A total of 5 subsequent inspections were conducted at the property. As a pre-hearing inspection 10/8/23, the violations remain. At this time, the city is requesting 10 days to comply or $100 per violation per day until compliance is met.
So
Next case, also page 19, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23060359, case address 411 Southwest 31st Avenue. Owner John R. Cumberbatch and Madeline E. Cumberbatch, posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Okay, Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case for the property which was read in by Ms. Blue. The initial inspection was conducted on 6/10/23, and the following violations were observed. Number 19-208 parentheses H parentheses 1 was complied. 9-304 parentheses B. The gravel driveway at this property is not being maintained. It is worn through and has grass and weeds growing through it. And violation of 24-7 parentheses B, which was also complied. On 6/15/23, Inspector Moore referred the property to Rebuilding Together South Florida for possible assistance with correcting the code violations. On 6/16/23, Inspector Moore took an application to the property owner for possible assistance from the city of Fort Lauderdale Housing and Community Development. A total of 5 subsequent inspections were conducted at the property. As a pre-hearing inspection 10/8/23, the violations remain. The city is requesting 63 days or $25 per violation per day thereafter. I was unable to talk to the tenant. We'll get with the homeowner to verify if any assistance was approved. So, all right.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23060545, case address 631 Arizona Avenue. Owner FYR SFR Borough LLC in care of Havenbrook Homes, posted at property 9/20/23 and posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case for the property that has been read in by Ms. Blue. The initial inspection was conducted on 6/16/23, and the following violations were observed. 9-363 withdrawn, 9-280 parentheses G. There are wires and accessories not maintained in a good, safe working condition, including but not limited to wires are exposed on the outside, non-covered electrical meter box. The wires were hanging across the front of the home, obstructing the doorway. Yeah, that happened. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence enclosure in the front of the property is damaged, bent with detached mesh and fence pole. The wooden fence on the north side of the home is severely deteriorated, discolored, and detached from the hinges. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. And there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The house is discolored with dirt. 9-304B, the driveway at this property is worn and cracked. There are potholes which have weeds growing through it. A total of 3 subsequent inspections were conducted at this property. And as of pre-hearing inspection 10/8, the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days or $250 per violation per day thereafter. Okay.
Next case, page 21, also, case number CE 230702 061071 Tennessee Avenue. This is the case we're gonna reschedule. This was the gentleman who couldn't get on. Next case, page 22, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23060507, case address 2849 Southwest 9th Street, owner Corbell Cooper, posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Inspector Rachel Moore, case number and property address was read in by Ms. Blue. The initial inspection was conducted on 6/15/23, and the following violations were observed. 18-12 parentheses A was complied. 24-27 parentheses B complied. 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this property. There are wooden boards being stored outside in the open air along with other miscellaneous items. 18-1, there are items being stored under the roof carport to consist of, but not limited to, plastic bins, buckets, stacked up tables, and other miscellaneous items at this property that is creating a public nuisance, and it is being maintained in such a way that may reasonably become infested or inhibited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This violation is a recurring violation per case number CE 22080566. This case was to be scheduled for special magistrate whether the property come into compliance or not. And 9-308 was complied. 9-305 parentheses B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is also a recurring violation per case number CE 22080566. And this case was scheduled for special magistrate whether or not the property comes into compliance or not. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1 was complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and or missing paint, peeling paint. The property has a completely different color paint on the east side of the property. The walls of this property on that side are also severely stained with dirt. A total of 6 subsequent inspections were conducted at the property. As a pre-hearing inspection 10/8/23, the property was found to still be in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting that the recurring violations be read into the records as a finding of fact. And the city is also requesting 35 days or $2,200 per violation per day thereafter.
Next case, page 23, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23060810, case address 3790 Jackson Boulevard, owner TAH 2017-2, borrower LLC, in care of Tricon American Homes LLC, posted at property 9/20/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/26/23.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and property address read in by Ms. Blue. The initial inspection was conducted on 6/24/23, and the following violations were observed. 9-363, which is complied. 24-7 parentheses B complied. 18-4 parentheses C is complied. 18-12 parentheses A complied. 9-304 parentheses B complied. 18-1 is complied. 9-306 is complied. However, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, and balconies, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and are missing peeling paint. And this is a recurring violation of CE 19042025. And this case was scheduled for magistrate whether or not compliance was met, and compliance was met. The 9-304 parentheses B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swell area. This is a recurring violation of CE 19042025. This case was scheduled for special magistrate whether or not compliance was met and that violation was also complied. A total of 4 subsequent inspections were conducted at this property. The city is requesting that the recurring violations be read into the record as a finding of that.
On the last one, Rachel, you said 9304B, it's actually 9305B.
Yes,
The last
9,
violation.
thank you
Is that
so much.
complied?
Yes, it has complied.
And
Inspections are
9309,
complied.
9306?
Everything was
It's
complied. Yeah.
Okay.
finding of that finding.
Okay, finding of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 23090675, case address 1728 Northeast 16th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Justin Wall, posted at property 92823, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Good afternoon. Leonard Champagne for the city, case and address as read. This property was re-inspected on 9/23/23, and we found that it's advertising as a vacation rental. Just for the information, just to let you know on 9/12/23 in front of you, for case CE 23080528, okay? We had a ruling on that 365 days, but it was to start immediately. There was no additional time that were given, okay? So we cited this property for 15282 D2B. There is an operation of a short-term rental during the suspension period at this location. Okay, the listing as of today still remains. Okay, so the city is requesting $1,000 a day, starting from 9/23/2023 and continue to accrue. Like I said, as of today, there's still a listing up.
Okay, started when, what date?
I'm sorry.
Started what date?
Oh, that would start at 9/23/2023.
That's the highest I can go for that?
I think for now it's 1,000 and next time it would be 5,000 to do it again.
Yeah, a couple of people that were better than that, so they're in.
But that was a 1,600, no, they were, yeah, too, yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 25, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 23050759, case address 1815 Northwest 7th Avenue. Owner Nestor Rafael Pineda and Rafael Pineda and all others, posted at property 92623, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Saving the best for last.
Right.
1815.
Yes.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 23050759 for property located at 1815 Northwest 7th Avenue. This property was cited on May 23rd, 2023, and given 30 days to comply for the following violation. 47-21.9.k, decorative stone or gravel is being utilized at this location in excess of the maximum 10% of the total landscape area. One area between the swale and the front yard has been covered in gravel and is being used for parking illegally. 2 areas alongside the driveway have been covered in gravel and are also being used for parking illegally. On June 27, 2023, the violation remained and has still not been brought into compliance. The city is seeking full compliance within 28 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So
It's a very festively colored house.
yeah.
Quite it is. Except for the old gravel house. It's quite pretty.
Also, page 25, case number CE 23080219, case address 616 First Key Drive. This case is complied. Next case, page 26, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 23080359, case address 1309 Northwest 6th Avenue. Owner Jose Octavio Ulisi and Andres Biondi, posted at property 92723, posted at 1 East Broward 92623.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 23080359 for property located at 1309 Northwest 6th Avenue. This property was cited on August 11th, 2023, and given 15 days to comply for the following violation. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. As of October 9th, 2023, the violation remains and has still not been brought into compliance. The city is seeking full compliance within 15 days or a fine of $500 per day thereafter.
So we're.
Yep.
You still have that rainbow fence?
Isn't that pretty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next
That's
case,
the card, please, look at the rainbow fence.
Very
oh, wow.
Festive, look how festive.
Oh, wow.
It's
We
right
have to
across,
give him credit.
it's right across from the tennis club. Yeah, really, the house is gorgeous.
It's cool.
It's just,
Yeah,
that's
there's a.
not allowed, that's not allowed.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 220900012, case address 1079 Iroquois Avenue, owner Sherry L. Nelson. First heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/31/23. 3 sections complied at $25 per day, $3,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Yeah, you don't have to read that. Next case, page 29, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 230108666, case address 1701 Northwest 7th Place, owner Joyce Young and Betty Lee Young Estates. This is to vacate the order imposing fines from 8/31/23. Next case, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230200458, case address 2231 Northwest 20th Street, owner Willie Hodges and Eddie M. Watson. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 9/12/23. One section not complied at $150 per day, $4,200 accrued. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,400 accrued, for a total of $5,600. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 29, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 23020459. Case address 2241 Northwest 20th Street, owner Willie Hodges and Eddie M. Watson. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 9/12/23. One section not complied at $150 a day, $4,200 accrued. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,400 accrued, for a total of $5,600. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Let's give it a call.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230300642. Case address 2304 Northwest 14th Court, owner 2304 Northwest 14th Court LLC. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 9/10/9/12/23. One section not complied at $50 per day, $4,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 31, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 230900230. Case address 601 Southwest 17th Street, owner Fishland, Florida LLC. Posted, this was a citation cited 9/7/23 to comply by 9/7/23. One section complied at $500. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 9/22/23 and no appeal was received.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 230800184. Case address 835 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner 835 Northeast 3rd Avenue LLC. It was cited 8/4/23 to comply by 8/4/23. One section was complied at $250. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 8/19/23. No appeal was received.
So ordered.
I believe that is it. That is it. The city is requesting to enter page 37 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Approved and adopted.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023.
Adjourned at 2:05.
With special magistrate Thomas Andrew.
The former magistrate.
Oh, the
Former magistrate.
Not
Now.
until you sign those orders.
Right?
That's right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for all your really kind work, good work, very professional. You have a wonderful staff, you do really nice work together. Very proud of you.
Thank you. We do work well.
Except for me.
Congratulations.
Nothing to have about Rhonda.
Yeah, you know.
We'll take care of her later.